All right, moving on. Do we have a report from the county administrator?
One thing briefly, commissioners, I just wanted to let you know that we've had 10 glorious days with Ashley. She has been in our space for a little over a week, and she's been a wonderful addition to the office suite and to our organization. That's it.
Awesome. Do we have a report from the Board of Commissioners liaison? Any comments?
No.
Okay, thank you. Now, moving on, we'll go into discussion items. We have Christopher Girdwood here to give us an update on programs from Aerotropolis.
Perfect, thank you. About 11 years ago, some folks in Lansing took a look at DTW and Willow Run, excuse me, and thought about how they could maximize the benefit of these two economic engines. For example, 18,000 people drive into DTW a day, and 21,000 people a week will fly in and out on a regular basis of DTW. And with that traffic, the airport region, or Aerotropolis, which is the region between Ann Arbor and Detroit, becomes the office of first impressions for many international travelers, business travelers. And so how could this Aerotropolis idea really capture on business attraction, business expansion opportunities within Wayne and Washtenaw counties? And so about 10 years ago, Wayne and Washtenaw County, along with 4 communities, signed an interlocal agreement to establish Aerotropolis as a state government entity. It's an arm of the state, so it's not a nonprofit, not a for-profit, but it's guided by its board of directors. On our board of directors is Administrator Gregory Dill, who helps me understand the needs of the county, understands where the county wants to move with some of its large acre parcels within the Aerotropolis region, and then understanding what new mobility initiatives, giving our strength and mobility, could benefit the residents of Washtenaw County. So I'm going to jump into the presentation now. So Aerotropolis in its bylaws only focuses on 3 industries. And so if somebody called me and said, hey, Chris, I'm thinking about opening up a restaurant, I would direct them to the local Chamber of Commerce. I only focus on these 3 industries for a reason. And I think because it benefits both Willow Run and DTW from a growth perspective. And so you have the movement of high value cargo there with transportation, distribution, and logistics, advanced manufacturing to support the OEMs, the tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 automotive suppliers, and then next generation mobility, which really gets me excited. And so next slide. Some of our recent wins are the Kroger Ocado. If you've seen the new Kroger trucks driving through some of your neighborhoods, that comes out of an Aerotropolis facility. It was a $95 million capital investment. We competed with Toledo, Ohio, and we were lucky that the MEDC and Aerotropolis were able to compete for this project and win it. And then recently, Our Next Energy, which is a homegrown EV battery R&D manufacturer, announced a $1.6 billion project in Van Buren Township. And so with that, Aerotropolis is unique in that as a state government entity, it does have economic development tools it can use with the Michigan Economic Development Corporation to compete. Economic development is often termed as a competitive sport because Indiana, Ohio, Illinois, Wisconsin often compete for the same large announcements that we do. And Aerotropolis works directly with Washtenaw County and you all to make sure we identify small, medium, and large acre sites, brownfield, greenfield, that are ready for development. If they're not ready, what site readiness funds could we allocate to those sites to make sure we can continue to win projects like these moving forward? Next slide. So 3 years ago, when I came on board with Aerotropolis, I took a look at the assets we had in place, and we do pretty well on a high altitude airspace perspective. DTW is the 18th busiest airport in North America. Willow Run is home to Kalitta Air and USA Jet and others that fly the Arctic route into Southeast Asia. And so you've got a high value cargo airport, you've got a world-renowned passenger airport, and you've got I-94, 275, 75. You've got 4 Class A rail lines, but we didn't do too much with low altitude airspace. It was the missing piece in the logistics and distribution infrastructure that would make us more of a well-rounded area for business attraction. And so next slide, what we did 3 years ago is we partnered with Airspace Link and we built the first beyond visual line of sight drone corridor adjacent to DTW. That you see the DTW airspace there in the pink. The blue line is a drone flying at 200 feet around the red circle. The red circle is a farmer's market. The city of Taylor said, hey, the population density is too strong there, so let's fly around it. So we flew a drone from the golf course to Beaumont Taylor Hospital with the use case of delivering a defibrillator to somebody on the golf course who needed it and couldn't find it in the time they needed it. And this was a test case we did, something to demonstrate how low altitude airspace could deliver in times of need. Next slide. You know, this was the route we flew out to hole 16. Congresswoman Debbie Dingell was out there. And we had a few drinks and we had some fun, and it was just a showcase of what we could do in low altitude airspace. Next slide. So then we went to Taylor Beaumont Hospital and we flew a COVID test kit in a 1 mile loop off the Taylor helipad. So we removed the helicopter and we put a smaller drone on the helipad and we flew a COVID test kit in a 1 mile loop to see if we could deliver a pharmaceutical high value cargo item from the hospital helipad. And we did it successfully. That was a lot of fun. We did that last year. And so moving forward, we started to look at, next slide. We started to look at ACM, the American Center for Mobility. You know, it's a 500-acre autonomous vehicle testing track here in Washtenaw County. And I spent a lot of time out there with Ruben Sarkar and the team to understand how autonomous ground vehicles could potentially collaborate with low altitude airspace, meaning, you know, we're doing a good job on the ground, but could we be leaders? Could we lead the industry, lead the nation in low altitude airspace by utilizing this autonomous vehicle testing track in a new way? And so next slide. What we did is we started to understand how rail, you know, the old, century-old, antiquated infrastructure that is rail could help us with low altitude airspace. And rail is unique because there's already some sound or noise associated with rail. It tends to be in heavier industrial corridors, so the movement of high value cargo could move along rail lines. And to get from point A to point B quickly, Detroit to Ann Arbor, why not fly above the Norfolk Southern rail line and not over any residential or commercial neighborhoods? And so what we looked at is pulling the Norfolk Southern rail line into the ACM so we could test how autonomous ground vehicles could connect and communicate with drones or low altitude airspace air vehicles. Next slide. And so then we started to partner with folks at the state of Michigan to broaden this idea to say, maybe the future highways in the sky for advanced air mobility is all rail, and Michigan is rail rich. If you look at this slide, you'll see these Class A rail lines all connect into Detroit, but their arteries are out to all of Michigan. And so the state of Michigan announced a $750,000 feasibility study led by our initial work to study what an initial beyond visual line of sight corridor would look like in the state of Michigan. And the results to that study will be out in a few months. And so next slide. I want to change the script because I was talking with Commissioner Hodge and Administrator Dill, and they said, Chris, we like what you're doing, but I want you to take a new riff on it. I want you to think about underserved communities. And so I go back to the office and I sit down because we're thinking about moving high value cargo from point A to point B. This is delivering high value parts from the OEMs. The business case was this. If Ford Motor Company needed a 5-pound part to get its assembly line up and running, why move that 5-pound part in a 2-ton truck? Why not attach it to a drone and fly it? And so take that vehicle off the road. And that was always what we were studying 2 years. And Administrator Dill and Commissioner Hodge said, let's talk about food insecurity. Let's think about delivering to underserved communities. And so we got together with the University of Michigan Center for Poverty Solutions and some assisted living folks. And we looked at how we could take food from a farmer's market that was not sold and deliver it to Ypsilanti Township residents via drone. And so we wrote an NSF grant, and in your packet is the one-page summary of the NSF grant. It was for $150,000 to deliver fresh food from a farmer's market via drone to an underserved community in Ypsilanti Township. It was unfunded. We scored well, but they didn't fund us. But we didn't lose hope. So next slide, we turned that into a $3.5 million Department of Energy grant. It has the same methodologies. We answered the safety and security issues from the NSF proposal, and we brought on 4 multimodal, intermodal vehicle delivery manufacturers, 2 drones and 2 ground robots. And we're going to hear back if we got this grant next month. And the goal is the same, is how do we deliver pharmaceutical items and fresh food to underserved communities? And so taking our original thought and putting a new spin on it for Washtenaw County, specific to Administrator Dill, who sits on the board of Aerotropolis, and Commissioner Hodge. Next slide. So the good news is that we looked at most regions of Washtenaw County. I know that initially we were very Ypsilanti Township and Ypsilanti focused. Administrator Dill asked me to reach beyond that area. And so we looked at Augusta and the Whitmore Lake area and a few other census tracts where not necessarily underserved communities, but I will say from a mobility perspective, pretty hard to get to with ground transportation being as expensive it is. And so could a drone deliver to all parts of Washtenaw County? And so we included those census tracts there in the DOE proposal that you see on the screen. Next slide. So good news, we did win a grant. Cybernet, located in Ann Arbor, they're a spin out of the University of Michigan. They have a enormous SBIR, federal government funding patent portfolio, and they pulled a few patents out of that portfolio, and they created an autonomous kit. And so I know the cool thing is autonomous cars and trucks, but we're going to do something a little different with this grant. We're going to look at tugs. Not cool, but tugs are awesome. So when you fly into DTW, your baggage gets put onto a tug, and that tug takes it to baggage claim. That tug could be an autonomous vehicle in our mind. And so we're gonna kit a tug and a forklift with this new autonomous technology developed in Ann Arbor, and we're gonna test it at ACM. So this $60,000 with a $10,000 match from Aerotropolis is gonna test this autonomous tug at ACM, and then we're going to hopefully commercialize it at Willow Run to begin with. And then if successful at Willow Run, we're going to take it to DTW. I want us to be leaders in autonomous tug technology. I know it's funny to say that, but with this grant and with the technology developed here in Washtenaw County, I think we can do some pretty cool things with forklifts and tugs and I would say vehicles that are not as cool as Mach-E's. Next slide. So part of Aerotropolis is the Wayne County Airport Authority. The Airport Authority provides $150,000 in-kind marketing dollars to us. And so if you remember reading Cranes last year, we did a 3-page piece on Warren Evans. And Warren Evans, his leadership in Wayne County and how the bond rating increases and just all of the work he's done building bridges and reaching out. And then we also did some work with Ann Arbor and more with Cranes, and then we do with WDIV, WXYZ, and others. I think, using the Wayne County Airport Authority dollars, what we can do is hopefully talk about one of these grants, with you all in a wider audience. I think telling a success story begets success, and that's where I come at this. Let's get some wins under our belt and let's tell everybody about those wins, and more wins will come our way. Next slide. So that's me. In closing, a few things I want to talk to the commission about. The data center market is looking our way. Data centers, especially hyperscale data centers, they don't create truck traffic. They don't create a large cost burden on your public school systems, but what they do is they do increase the tax base. And so if there are 80 to 100 to 200 acre parcels in your prospective communities that you think would be a good fit for a data center or a hyperscale data center, let me know, because I would like to do some site readiness and due diligence on those sites to look at those opportunities. The second is the battery EV manufacturing space is 8 hours of my day right now. And so I think if there are other 50, 100, 200 acre parcels in your community that you think are well positioned for this, I'd be happy to work with Ann Arbor Spark and the county team to find site readiness funding to understand how those sites could be positioned for battery EV manufacturing. Also in your packet is a list of all of the projects that I applied buildings and sites to, and then the lead source. So you'll see the Michigan Economic Development Corporation is the core. It's the top of the funnel from a business attraction perspective, but also the Detroit Regional Partnership, also Washtenaw, Wayne County. Folks directly reach out to Aerotropolis. And you'll see that they're all under project names. They're very funny project names, but we learn to live with them. And the projects, you know, they're as small as 2 to 3 people. They're as big as the $1.6 billion Our Next Energy battery announcement. But, you know, what I do on your behalf is I work with Ann Arbor Spark and the county team to identify sites and position those sites that you want to see developed for the industry you want. I am not interested in putting a logistics and distribution center where it doesn't want to be, where the community doesn't want it to be. And so, you know, I need a little bit of your help to guide me, and then I'll do the rest in going after those opportunities on your behalf. And so with that, I'm happy to take some questions, and thank you all again for supporting Aerotropolis. Last year was a good year for us, and we're excited what the future holds.
Great, thank you so much. I'll start on this side. I saw Commissioner Hodge. Would you like to go first?
Yep. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Chris, for the presentation and for coming out. I want to remind the board that about the work that we did that you mentioned related to drones. It's something we talked a lot about last term, and really grateful that you were able to pivot the work from the NSF grant into the larger grant that we applied to and hopefully we'll get next month. Really excited about the possibility of being able to use the drones to be able to deliver food into food insecure areas, and not just in the areas that we talked about there. If, you know, if it works out, we could do it into the western part of the county, all across the county in areas where we know that there's higher need. I think the partnership has been really worthwhile. And want to remind everybody at the time that we went around and drove around part of the county to look at potential areas where there could be room for partnership and potential growth. So I've been very grateful for the work Aerotropolis has put into working with us and the creative thinking around how can we make more use of the Willow Run Airport and ACM. So it's been a fantastic partnership and looking forward to continuing working together.
Appreciate it.
Anyone on the other side of the room? All right, Commissioner Robbie.
You know, I always got something. Thank you, Madam Chair. So I got a couple questions for you.
Yeah.
First of all, statement, the 3-page piece that you did on Warren Evans, when are you going to do your 3-page piece on Greg? Greg, yeah. We're waiting for it. So we will look forward to your next presentation where you talk about that. So just a few comments. One is in response to some of the drone conversation. I guess I just have some questions. Of course, with all new technology comes policy issues, and wondering to what degree those have already been considered. Obviously, there's you're talking about using rail corridors, which alleviate some concerns, but of course, for those that live along rail corridors, the frequency with which drones are passing by their house, I mean, they already have to deal with train noise. Are they going to have to deal with drone noise too? And then are there privacy concerns about people in their backyard or in their homes? And, you know, obviously drones have video technology attached to them. So how is that going to interact with privacy concerns for those that are along those corridors? So are these like policy concerns that you guys are grappling with, or is it more just looking at the infrastructure and technology at this point?
It's a great question. So our partner in this is Airspace Link, Airspace Link is a Detroit startup, recently raised $35 million in Series B funding. And as we build out the highways in the sky, there are technologies in place which would allow residents or commercial entities to opt out, creating no-fly zones either over their home or over their commercial building. And so that's where the routing comes into place. If you had looked at that red circle where there was a farmer's market where I showed you that highway in the sky, I think we're getting there. We're not there yet, but I think that right of way from a rail perspective is 100 feet in every direction. And so can then a residence right of way impose itself above the rail right of way? And we're not there yet, but we're getting there.
Okay. Yeah, just all questions, I didn't necessarily expect you to have answers to them, but just questions that I think need to be answered before we can see
You bet.
full scale implementation here. The other quick thing that I'll say, and then of course, don't want to belabor, but the conversation around data centers, that's something that when I was a state rep, I got really involved in. And, you know, I guess some data centers in Michigan don't actually pay taxes. And so when we're talking about expanding the tax base, it becomes certainly less appealing to want to attract a data center, especially if they're not going to be paying property taxes or, you know, from the state, sales and use taxes. And frankly, from a local government perspective, you know, at least as one person on a 9-member board, when we exempted data centers from sales and use tax, that has a direct impact on revenue sharing, and thus a direct impact on our budget. And so I, you know, am hesitant to want to encourage the development of more of those entities if they're not going to pay their fair share in our state. That's
Yeah.
all. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thanks.
All right, we have any other comments or questions? Commissioner Scott?
Thank you, Chair. How far does the Aerotropolis area extend into Washtenaw County? Is it like just part of Washtenaw County and Wayne County? Is it all of Washtenaw County?
So you've got county membership, Wayne
Yeah.
County and Washtenaw County.
Yeah.
And you have municipal membership, and that is the city of Romulus, the city of Taylor, Van Buren Township, and Huron Township. And so a municipality within Washtenaw County hasn't joined or rejoined Aerotropolis yet, but we're working on that.
So Aerotropolis is not involved in the plan rollout for prescription drug delivery through Michigan Medicine?
So we were strong supporters of that initiative, yeah, as a partner.
But not,
Not-
you were a supporter, but not involved or
No, not involved. That was a direct relationship between, I think, Zipline and the University. of Michigan.
Zipline and Michigan Medicine
Yeah.
with the center in Dexter.
Yep.
For my colleagues who don't know, a 10-mile radius for drone delivery of prescription drugs starting in 2024. So
Yep.
that to me seems like a great use of this technology. I'd like to see more things on how we can impact people's lives.
Yeah.
With things like that, who might have problems getting out to get drugs or food delivery and things like that. That's the part of this that I'm more interested in. Thanks.
I agree.
All right, thank you so much. Anyone else? Okay, seeing none, thank you so much. I'm really excited to learn about the food delivery. So thank you.
Great to be working with you. Thank you.
Okay, next up, we have Catherine to give us a preliminary year-end budget update. Sorry. Okay.
I'm on it. I just kept clicking on the wrong thing. So, good evening. So tonight I'm going to present the 2022 preliminary year-end budget update. It's primarily focused on the general fund just like the quarterly updates have been in the past. So, at a high level, revenues and expenditures were each budgeted, it's hard to see on the screen, but that's fine, $143.9 million for 2022. The preliminary general fund revenues totaled 136.6 million, and the general fund expenditures totaled 134.2 million, leading to a net surplus of 2.5 or $2.4 million. This does also include a budgeted use of fund balance of $7 million that I will detail on a later slide and talk through the status of those items. At 12/31/22, the general fund balance is projected to be 47.4 million, or was, sorry, 12/31/21. The general fund balance was 47.4 million, and the preliminary fund balance for 2022 is 49.9 million, which is 34.3% of the general fund budget. Current policies require us to keep our fund balance above 29%. Additionally, which I'll be going to in a later slide, there are remaining promised funding commitments out of the current fund balance, either by board resolution on policies that will reduce this fund balance beyond what is actually projected. We've already committed some of that funding. Starting with a comparison of the third quarter to the fourth quarter, we improved significantly. That large swings, the large swing is due to how long it took to reach agreement on the compensation study. So we had reserved money for a whole year of implementation. We wanted to show it spent in the third quarter based on the policies of reserving compensation dollars for compensations for employees. But then because implementing in for most of the organization November and December, there is still significant savings available. And then also we did not have any agreements with POAM or COAM, so that also contributed to the surplus funds. So comparing the variances to third quarter, on the revenue side, our general government revenues improved largely because of the personal property tax dollars, sheriff, courts, and then other departmental revenues improved over the third quarter. We took a relatively conservative approach in the third quarter just to get an idea of where we might be. Clerks revenues, while still coming in above budget, did reduce over the third quarter, seeing that housing market trends kind of flush out. We saw them start to materialize in the fourth quarter where we didn't have as significant of a above budget revenue, but they did still end up with a large surplus. The expenditures, there was about a $1.35 million increase in appropriations. This is the appropriations made to the non-general fund departments for those lump sum payments that were part of the compensation study. So they primarily went to OSED, to health, and to CMH. And then we see the general fund personal services, that large swing of $9.7 million that we had projected that would be spent, that was not. So that's the delay from the compensation study, as well as increased vacancy savings for the general fund departments. Quick dive into revenues. Again, we've seen this chart a lot. It looks relatively the same, with the general government revenues being the largest portion. They're the property tax dollars. They're the state revenue sharing, marijuana dollars are the biggest components of that. Public safety and justice, 30 million, again, largely the PSU contracts, and we go down from there. So general fund revenues came in with a shortfall of $7.3 million over budget. That's largely because of the $7 million that was budgeted as a use of fund balance. That is reflected in this graph in the net general government. You see the shortfall of $6 million. So we had a surplus in some other places, but that compensated for about $1 million of that. Sheriff and courts continued to have revenue shortfalls as we expected throughout the year, but they did get slightly better than we had previously projected. Civic infrastructure, like I mentioned, still at a $1.3 million surplus, despite reducing revenue collections by over 300,000. So this is the almost $7 million of budgeted fund balance that was allocated during 2022. The largest component of that was the 2021 unspent compensation study dollars of $2.45 million. That did go to fund the lump sum component of the compensation study implementation. Since POM and COM did not implement, we had money reserved for that. So that's part of the new agreements that have been signed or TA'd and waiting for approval. And so there'll be a later slide where we'll show the remaining dollars of that. We also made the transition grants for the new human services partnerships. The 1.5 million, we allocated fund balance for the court technology, for trial court and district court. We also allocated an amount for the risk management fund balance of 555,000. We ended up needing over $1 million for that because of how the IBNR came in that we had not anticipated. Luckily, there were surpluses and other transfers to cover that, so we were okay. But it was a unexpected outcome of the high claims we've had in the risk fund of late. Then the other remaining amount, we spent about 270,000 of unreimbursable COVID expenditures, which was a 2020 allocation that had been made to respond to the COVID crisis. On the expenditures, again, we see public safety and justice, the largest component. And all of these stay relatively proportionally the same, about 22 million for support services. Health and human services from the general fund is all a general fund appropriations, tracking them from there. We see the cap credit also, which is the charges to non-general fund departments, which offset general fund expenditures at the bottom. Oops. For the expenditure surplus, so we had $9.7 million of surplus. Of that, we had a small surplus in transfers out in civic infrastructure, in support services in the sheriff's office. The planned reserves was our planned contribution to fund balance plus our additional 100,000 that we always project to be into reserves. The trial court had a $500,000 surplus, which offset their revenue shortfall. General government as a whole had about $500,000. The last three are really where I want to focus. So we have $1.1 million still remaining of that 2021 compensation allocation. And so that is money that will partially be spent or mostly be spent by the POAM and COAM implementation, but we're still waiting for those payments to go out to see where that will fall, and we'll have that update first quarter, hopefully in June. The general fund vacancy savings are for the positions not in the trial court, in the district court, in the sheriff's office. They get to reflect their savings in their operational budgets. And that was still about $1.3 million of vacancy savings we had across the general fund. And then of those compensation study reserves, we had $4.8 million that were reserved for allocation that did not end up being spent by the implementation due to the timing. So this slide 13 is the one I really want to focus on and talk through a little bit. The bottom, everything but the top two bars are items that have already been committed to. So they are that remaining unspent compensation study from 2021. Health had a non-structural appropriation made in 2020 of $1.5 million. There's 900,000 remaining in that, but they have programmed all but 45,000 of it. So they are moving and spending those dollars. Just with their changing and funding, it took longer to spend than they had originally assumed. Last year, at the end of the year, the board made a $500,000 allocation for the bridge loans for affordability, for Alpha House and SOS of $150,000. There's an adjustment to Barrier Busters appropriation of $150,000. The LGBTQ capacity building of $75,000 for both 2022 and 2023. Just due to the timing, we couldn't spend it last year, so it's reserved for this year. And supporting young women at $50,000. And then there's a remaining small allocation for premium pay of $64,000 that we do anticipate will go with this next round of premium pay allocations. The top two bars are either items that are before you tonight with the Human Services Transition Program, or one that we'll be bringing forward as we finish out first quarter projections. So the Human Services Transition Program, I just wanted to show what the general fund is going to look like with that action. Since I know we're contributing to a surplus, but we also have an item pending that's going to use fund balance. And then the 2022 unspent compensation study dollars. By our policy, we've been reserving as much as we can for employees. And in the past, we recommended that we use those unspent allocations to go back to employees' pockets. We have about $4.2 million that will be coming as a recommendation as we finalize our statements. It's a little bit less than what the savings is, but because of our policy of keeping the fund balance at 29%, we can't recommend going below that threshold. So good news, we have surplus. The less great news is really a lot of those dollars have been spoken for, and we're really in a situation where we're at the level of fund balance that meets our policy. So as the general fund, non-general funds, nothing really too concerning. These are all as we expected outside of that risk management fund balance that we talked about. That fund balance is now at 0. We had enough money to keep them from going into a deficit. On the previous slide, we're talking about fund balance. We're now at a place where if we have another fund in an issue, we don't have money available without going below that threshold. So from a financial planning standpoint, it's something that we really want to monitor because we know that there are always things that come that are outside of our control. The last few slides, this is just a report out of the budget adjustments we've done within administrative authority. Because there were a lot in the fourth quarter, I broke it out for the presentation from the general fund, from the non-general fund. In your board packets, you have the full report listing everything. They're all pretty straightforward. A lot of them had to do with departments that had revenue to overcome or to fund expenditure shortfalls. So we wanted to reflect them properly in the financial statements. Lastly, next step. So we're continuing to monitor our clerk revenues. The marijuana dollars continue to be different than we know how to project. We're hoping for some stabilization at some point. We do continue to take a conservative approach because we don't want to count on revenue that we don't know will materialize. We're continuing to review court revenues, and then I've added a new item, which is looking at the fund balance availability, just because we really are at that threshold now. And then expenditures, we're monitoring inflation, fuel prices, supply chain issues, personnel cost growth. And as we get through the implementation of that compensation study, the budget team as a whole, we're still really looking to capture the cost. Like we have projections, but really seeing the payrolls roll in help us know that we didn't miss anything in those dollars. And then this year we'll be back first quarter, June or July of this year, second quarter, August or September, probably September. August is very tight for the second quarter. And the third quarter, November, and a year-end report back here in a year. And then we're running budget development. So we'll have the department request process. We'll be bringing the recommended budget in September or October. And then hopefully adoption in November or December if needed. And with that, I am available for any questions.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Catherine. Before I go to commissioners, I'm going to go to Administrator Dill.
Yes, really quickly, I just wanted to lean in and thank this body for not only authorizing the work, but as we've moved through the year, you guys have stepped up and provided the support where necessary. As you know, we're the community safety net, and we've had to expand our focus to respond to trauma wherever it exists in our community. So I'm just eternally grateful for what you all do on a daily basis to ensure that the 1,400 employees of this organization have what they need to do this important work in our community. And then lastly, to the 1,400 employees of the organization, we are strong fiscal stewards. It's one of the hallmarks of Washtenaw County. And I just wanted to say thank you to everyone within the sound of my voice for all of the work that you do to ensure that our county residents have the very best county government.
Thank you, Administrator Dill. Next, I'll go Commissioner Hodge. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Administrator Dill. You all are doing the really hard part of the day-to-day work. Catherine, great presentation as usual. I'm going to ask you to talk a little bit more about an item on slide 11. Andrew, can we bring slide 11 back up?
Yep.
There we go. Okay, so this is something that we talk about every time we have a conversation about budget.
Yep.
The large green bar related to public safety and justice.
Yes.
And I know because we've had conversations that other counties also use this kind of language to represent a wide variety of services and expenditures. Could you, so I think most people in the public are going to look at this and see, wow, you're spending so much money on public safety and justice and not as much nearly on health and human services. But I know there's a lot that goes into that very large bar. And then there are other complexities related to the police services contracts and how that comes back to us.
Yep.
So could you talk more about that bar and why maybe it's not as large as it appears?
Yes, and if it helps, I can dig up, I didn't have it for this presentation, but I have a data point of, that I got together for former Commissioner Morgan of how, if you take PSU contracts out, how it really reflects. Public safety and justice includes the trial court, the district court, and all the sheriff's office. Though there is a significant component that is the police services contracts that is providing police services to the local townships. And that is what makes up the big, let me look at their revenue, the large component of their revenue. There is a small amount, so they have $30 million of revenue in public safety and justice. The biggest piece of that is the police services contracts. But if you took $30 million off of the 97 million on public safety and justice, over like 67. The other thing when we're comparing to health and human services is this is just a general fund picture. It's not the whole comprehensive budget. So the non-general funds where we have the CMH millage, where we have CMH funding and all the Medicaid dollars that are coming in, all the state dollars for health, which those programs are largely funded by other funding sources in addition to the general fund, really reflect the total overall services. And so if that's a helpful piece, we can get something as we, to you all that would show sort of that bigger piece that also incorporates the non-general fund.
Yeah, I think that'll be helpful. You produced something really effective last time that
Okay.
outlined that. Because
Yeah,
I
I'll
think
find it.
for us, we're interested in general fund and all the other specific funds, but residents are gonna look at this and not really care necessarily which fund it is. They want to know the general amount of money that's being spent by the county. So I think it would be helpful to bring back some of those kinds of really awesome graphics that you did last time.
Yeah, I
Thank
can
you.
grab them.
Appreciate it.
Yes.
Last thing I'll say is I appreciate staying on theme with the green. So we're talking about money here and like every slide is green and you were green. So
That was unintentional that I matched my presentation, but I'll keep it in mind in
it's
the
good
future.
coordination. Good coordination.
Gonna have to up my green wardrobe, but that's fine. I can do that.
Anyone else on this side before I go? Okay. Commissioner Maciejewski first. Thanks. All right.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could you talk a little bit more about the kind of re-envisioning of court services, the expenditures and the revenue picture there, and what trends you might be seeing and how you're looking at that for the future?
That's a lot. The courts for a while have, the district court has had a hard time meeting their revenue targets for a long time. That is due to a compounding number of factors. A lot about caseload, about some judicial discretion, et cetera. As we're seeing the fines and fees justice work that's being done, there's a lot of work around reducing those fees. Unfortunately, reducing the fees does not reduce the cost of delivering the services. And so we continue to end up in a revenue shortfall. And there's been discussion on what we can do around expenditures, but I don't know if we have a full picture yet, honestly, of that. I think that is an element that has to be looked at and how we manage to do those, because if there's revenue we're budgeting that we can't collect, it's the same thing as not having money to allocate to a program. So if we want to do new programs, but we don't want to reduce the revenue, then we end up in these kind of complex situations. Luckily for the general fund, we have had the benefit of the clerk and ROD revenues being so much larger than we project. But as that housing market trends are changing, it's a little nerve-wracking on how we will get that balance, and we'll have to see how projections play out. this year. So anticipating, we know it's not a great financial picture to do. The changes that we're hearing are coming from that, and how we handle those, we will be discussing and figuring out as an administrative team and with the board, how we want to take the organization.
if I may. Have you had discussions with court administration about these issues, and have they offered any insight in terms of what they may think about how they operate? If you can say so.
I was like, I'm relatively new to the position, so I'm only here a little over a year and a half. But
The revenue budgets for the courts have been reduced over time,
Mhm.
not to the substantial, obviously, evidence of what is needed to reduce it. And there has been cost containment conversations. We know that there's high attrition rates in the clerk positions that help offset it, but still district court outpaces their revenue shortfall is not covered by an expenditure savings. Trial court's been in the opposite position where their expenditure savings usually accommodates or is over their revenue shortfall. So conversations have been had, and we just need to have more collaboration to determine a path forward at this point. And actually, there is a pending meeting scheduled with court administration on revenue specifically.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that there's no easy solution here, and I also appreciate the fact that you're in communication with them and trying to work through this
Yeah.
kind of new territory. So thank you for the answers. I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna go Commissioner Robbie, then Commissioner LeBar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Great presentation. I have three questions.
Okay.
The first one is maybe not one that you can answer, but I'm going to ask it anyways. I know we have equalization coming on hand later, so this may be a better question for Ramon, but the revenue variances where there's the largest revenue variances in our PPT reimbursement. Do you know what that is reflecting?
I'm gonna turn to Tina.
Tina? Yeah, okay, that's fine.
PPT reimbursement comes from the state, and PPT for the county level will be totally phased out in 2022.
Right.
So we've been getting revenues that we haven't budgeted for because it's eventually coming to an end. And also it's been challenging getting information on some revenue projections from the state, example, personal property tax, as well as the marijuana dollars as well, because they keep saying that all the marijuana dollars that we're realizing aren't structural. So it's finding that balance and getting the information to budget appropriately. Does that help answer your question?
I guess somewhat. So basically you're saying that that we stopped, so this isn't like an increase in personal property tax investment in the county. This is reflecting that we stopped budgeting for it because of the changes that were made in 2016.
So PPT has been eliminated at the county level. We don't collect that from
Right.
manufacturers or property owners
Right.
or anything like that. And the state, because of that legislation change 10 years ago, the
Right.
state reimbursed us.
Mhm.
So we've never budgeted those dollars since that legislation has taken effect. We get it and then we do a budget adjustment during the year. But the budget adjustments seem to not be enough, right? Because once we get to December and we have a February allocation that gets backdated to the prior year, we can't adjust the budget. So that's why it's reflective as a surplus. Does that help?
Yeah, I think that you've answered my question somewhat circuitously, but I think you got to it. I was just wondering if that was representative of a personal property tax, a large personal property tax investment that happened recently in our county. And it sounds like the answer is no. The answer is it's showing up as a revenue variance because of the way that the money is now received versus how it used to be received. And because we don't know how much we can count on every year due to the formulaic variances that happen at the state level.
Correct. And that we knew it was going to be phased out after 10 years.
Yeah.
And 2022 is the phase out year.
Right, okay. All right, so that was question number one. Question number two is a little more complicated, and I don't know if you'll have an answer necessarily, but a lot of the projected surplus, you were talking about it resulting from unfilled positions. And you mentioned that the number that you had, I forget which slide it was now, but the number that you had was reflective of all departments with the exception of the sheriff and the trial court and district court.
Mhm.
I guess the question I have is more of a statement.
Okay.
Which is, so I was on the board when we decided to move down that road of allowing them to keep those surpluses at the end of the year, right? I mean, that's why you're not counting it in your chart, right? Because of the agreements that we have with the courts and the sheriff's office.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, it still rolls into general fund balance, whether we count it under the bucket of general fund vacancy savings or of trial court and the sheriff's office. At the end of the day, those savings are savings. It's just how we classify them for the report.
Right. So in this case, do we know what those position savings are within each of those departments?
We can get it. I don't have it right offhand. I mean, I would have to pull up seven
Yeah, yeah,
spreadsheets.
that's
It would
fine.
take a while.
I don't need it right this moment. I guess
Yep.
what I'm getting at is, I'd like to see those
Okay.
numbers, like
Yep.
how much the sheriff is keeping at the end of the year that isn't being swept back into the general fund. I think those are important numbers. And again, having been on the board when that policy was implemented, that was 10 years ago or more now. And I think it deserves revisiting by this
Yes.
body. That's a statement. You don't need to answer that question.
That's, I just want to clarify one thing though, that's different from when you were on the board. It's that agreement, or when you were on the board previously. The agreement was they would keep a revenue surplus, or they would keep it as if they had a revenue surplus. They have not had a revenue surplus in a few years. So there is no money of vacancy savings from the sheriff's office that was transferred out this year. The only transfer is more related to the millage, which is a different beast, but it's not directly related to vacancy savings. It's how the millage is budgeted.
But
So
the,
it's-
the agreement is still in place. So if there were a year where
Yes.
the expenditures versus the revenues resulted in a surplus,
Yes.
that would not be swept by the general fund at the end of the fiscal year.
Yes, if they had a revenue surplus, they would be allowed to keep their
Right.
expenditure surplus by that agreement. That has.
And
not
it's only
changed.
those three divisions of the county that receive that treatment at this time, right?
It's only,
It's only the sheriff's.
Yeah, just the
office,
sheriff's
not the
office.
courts, just because of the lump sum budget agreement with the courts, we.
Right, the
reflect
lump sum
their-
budget agreement is that
Yes.
different piece. right?
yes, there's no transfer for the courts.
Correct.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure to make that point and just put it in the parking lot for potential future discussion at this body. I just think it's something that's worth revisiting.
Yep.
Thank you. I had a third question, but I'll scrap it in the interest of time.
Okay, all right, Commissioner Labar.
Thanks, Chair. Catherine, I agree with a good presentation. Thank you for the way you've laid out the data. Can you go, or Tina, if it makes more sense, please hop in. Can you talk a little bit more about the impact of our policy, which governs how much our fund balance needs to be, and the relationship between that and our bond rating and other relevant items that sort of gauge our fiscal health?
I can start and then we go to. So in general, the more we have in fund balance, the more responsible we appear to bond rating agencies and therefore the higher our bond rating. The reason we increased the level of fund balance needed is when we looked at the compensation plans that we are going to be going through, are offering to the employees. We saw that the previous fund balance level wasn't going to cover the risk and cover until we can start collecting property taxes in the summer. So that's where we kind of got to the 29%. But really, the larger our fund balance is, the better we look for the bond rating agencies.
May I?
Please.
May I please? Just want to add that there's a couple factors that play into the value of calculating that percent. We need at a minimum from GOFA recommendations is to have at least 60 days of funding operations. We exceed that because we are delayed in collecting our property tax 7 months. So really, we need 7 months to cover our cash payments for cash flow purposes before the tax levy takes effect July 1st. And the minute the bills go out, we don't necessarily collect the month of July for our tax for property taxes. And then there was one other piece, GOFA. 60 days, the delay of property tax. I can't, that's all I have for you right now. Commissioner Labar, apologize.
Tina, no, thank you. That was actually a very helpful explanation. Can you expand just a little bit more on that 7-month lag? Why it exists?
yeah.
And
That probably would be helpful for new commissioners. So forgive me, I don't know the exact years, but approximately 2004, 2005, and 2006. Revenue sharing had a shortfall at the state level. And so state legislation was passed to move up the property tax levy from December to July, or move back, I guess should be a different statement. In the respect for 3 years, that change in the levy date was where counties could then put that moved up date of property tax collections in a revenue sharing reserve fund that we could draw down into the future for as long as it lasted. Ours has been exhausted to replace state revenue sharing. So it was kind of like a legislative state mandated thing to kind of keep revenue sharing alive, but the state not necessarily funding it, getting around where the counties themselves are funding it by changing that levy date. Did I do that justice? Okay, thank you.
to do it further justice, and thank you, there's nothing we can do to sort of unskew that or eliminate that lag.
Well, there's been considerations or conversations about potentially changing our fiscal year, but that causes a whole lot of problems in itself, because really what you have to do is you then have to find money to pre-fund to shift your fiscal year. You need to find money to pre-fund those operations. And we struggle with the current approach, let alone trying to come up with 8 months of funds to move that fiscal year to a different date.
It would essentially double the challenge of cash on hand that we have now.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
The reason I pick on this is just because that fund balance, the policy is important there. And I'm glad that we tie it back to a best practice, or if not a federal mandate, of a federal guideline. It's essentially the way we subsidize, insure, backstop our bond rating, which has a lot of practical outcomes that are significant, important, ultimately money savers. It is though a source of frustration, because you look at that fund balance, and we have needs obviously that are in the moment. And so I'm keenly interested, Chair, in terms of always keeping an eye on the policy that we set in terms of the amount, the percentage, and being able to tie it out as you have done tonight to constituents and the community as a whole, as to why it's not an arbitrary number, and why we're not even in an exercise of great prudence, sort of for lack of strategic purpose, sitting on that money when we could get it out into the community. So I appreciate the explanation there. I think, Tina, you've heard me go off on this tangent before, so thank you. And yes, appreciate that explanation. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Administrator Dell.
Commissioner Labar, I just want to lean in a little bit further to your question. We've talked a lot in administration about that healthy balance between policy and what it takes to effectively operate county government. We want to make sure, of course, that balance is respected at all times, and want to make sure that we're not seen as the taxpayers' piggy bank. So again, that healthy that balance is something, it's a moving target, certainly, and we want to make sure that through you all, that we are doing all that we can to evaluate that data point as much as possible. Second, and I'm trying to recall the last time we went to our bond rating agency, I think it was 2018, they leaned in quite heavily to our fund balance. And in fact, spent a lot of time with us on that data point, and understanding that was something we came away understanding that that's something that they really focused on. The other part for us to think about and consider is we have that healthy bond rating. We haven't used it in a while. So really broadly, when we look at things at a macro level, we have to determine the value of having that bond rating if we are not using it as a community. So just a little bit more, we could certainly talk about this at a later date, but just wanted to add those points.
Chair, if I may just briefly, Administrator Dill, I appreciate that point. I find no fault in this. I do think it's a prudent thing to do, and God forbid we ever need that reserve in a, you know, an immediate situation there. I just always appreciate being able to explain to a person like myself who doesn't have great sophistication of knowledge why we do it and what it does for us in terms of secondary benefits. So thank you, and please don't take the questions as adversarial.
And that's a great point. One last thing, forgive me, and I hate to talk about a inclement weather event, but if you can think back to, I think some of you were on the board when we had the Dexter tornado incident. Well, we relied heavily on our fund balance as a source of resources for our community. And those are the kinds of things we want to make sure that we understand thoroughly when we make a decision about what that number is and how it impacts our community as a whole. So.
All right. Thank you so much, Catherine. I appreciate the coordination as well. I'm a big fan of green, so. All right, moving on. Do we have any items for current or future discussion? All right, seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. All right, all in favor?
All right.
All right.
All right. Good evening, everybody. I'm going to call us to order at 7:04 p.m. for the April 19th Board of Commissioners meeting. We're going to get started with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, we're going to move right along into roll call.
Commissioner Beaman. Present. Commissioner Hodge.
Present.
Commissioner Labar.
Here.
Commissioner Light. Present. Commissioner Machieski.
Here.
Commissioner Robbie. Commissioner Sanders. Present. Commissioner Scott.
Here.
And Commissioner Somerville.
Here.
All right. Before we move into public participation, we have a special order of business that we're going to take out of order here. And this time it comes with a musical intro. So that's your cue. You have everybody on the edge of their seats.
Greetings, everyone. I guess I'm gonna take a moment to speak and tell you what Eastern Michigan University Gospel Choir meant to me. My name is George Eason, and as the first in my immediate family to go away to the university, I was excited, nervous, proud, executive. But I remember walking in my dorm, Phelps Cellars, and heard singing coming out of the lounge. Curiously, I peeped in and saw this little bitty man who turned out to be Scurv, Marvin, jumping up and down and singing and directing and giving parts to this group. And I was like, wow. I also saw my good friend from high school, Staffy Butler. And I said to myself, I think I need to join this group. Since I grew up in church at home, I said, let me see what this group is about. It turned out to be one of the best organizations I joined at Eastern Michigan University, other than Kappa Alpha Psi, my fraternity. Yo! Coming from foster care and being adopted by my foster parents, I didn't have a large family growing up. At EMU, that family came to EMU Gospel Choir, where many great friendships were developed, bonds formed that are lifelong. We ministered to the students as well as ourselves and toured the country and outside the country. Even went to Jamaica, and I'll tell you about that story later. And we sang with some of the greatest artists in the world. Some of us stayed in the choir long after we graduated. I think Staffy was probably the longest. But we had great times at Eastern Michigan. It was a great family. And I want to say congratulations to our gospel choir for 50 years of exemplary service. To God be the glory. Take care.
All right, thank you for making that work. And I believe Commissioner Sanders is going to present a resolution.
I am, so I will read it and then I'll go down to the podium. We've got, well, actually.
Well, you're going down, why don't you go on down to the podium and read it there?
And if I can have the members come join me. that are representing-
Make sure the mic is on.
It is.
All right.
So I have, four members, four alum of the Eastern Michigan University Gospel Choir here with me this evening. We're going to be presenting to them a resolution, but I just want to give you just a couple of brief words, information about the Gospel Choir. 50 years of positive impact that has resulted in a 95% graduation rate of EMU students that were participating in the choir and that have gone on to have careers in social work, judges, attorneys, radio engineers and personalities, business managers, HR directors, public accountants, public figures, clergy persons, and entrepreneurs. And I thought that it was only befitting for the Washtenaw County commissioners to recognize the work and the effort and also help participate and support what will be a 3-day celebration starting on May 4th, going through and culminating on May 6th with a meet and greet, a banquet on Friday, and then the actual concert on Saturday to acknowledge these 50 years. So we're looking forward to having quite a few people come back and join us. So now I'll read the resolution. A resolution to recognize the Eastern Michigan University Gospel Choir on their 50th anniversary and to commemorate their 50th anniversary. Washtenaw County Board of Commissioners, April 19th, 2023. Whereas the Eastern Michigan University Gospel Choir was founded as the EMU Black Gospel Choir in November of 1972 by Martha Jean Cotton, who also served as one of the choir's pianists. And whereas in the 1980s, the Black Gospel Choir officially changed its name to the EMU Gospel Choir. And whereas for 50 years, the EMU Gospel Choir has provided students, particularly those raised in a spiritual tradition and away from home for the first time, with a sense of connection and the opportunity to express their passion through culture and spirituality. And whereas the choir has served the EMU community in the greater Ypsilanti area by collaborating with well-known gospel artists, performing at places of worship, at campus events, and by representing Eastern Michigan University at various conventions, workshops, and concerts throughout the nation. And whereas in 2002, the EMU Gospel Choir released Get to the Concept, an album of original and familiar gospel songs. In 2003, the EMU Gospel Choir released Patriotically Yours, featuring beautiful renditions of America's official and unofficial anthems. And whereas the EMU GC will host its 50th anniversary reunion weekend from May 4th through the 6th, with the reunion concert being held at Pease Auditorium on May 6th at 6 p.m. Now, therefore, it is resolved, the Washtenaw County Board of Commissioners hereby congratulates the Eastern Michigan Gospel Choir on 50 years of culminating education and equipping communities through the power of song. Be it further resolved, the board wishes the Eastern Michigan Gospel Choir a joyous and successful 50th anniversary reunion weekend celebration. Thank you very much for all that you do. I don't know where is that? Oh. I don't know if you want to say a word or two, or the mic's on.
This is Kathy that was mentioned in the video. I was George, so.
Yeah, he's still George. Oh, my goodness. Getting a little teary-eyed here because just, first of all, just thank all of you for even thinking enough of this organization, this ministry actually, to recognize us for 50 consecutive years. Even during the pandemic, the choir kept up through text messages and through Zoom and through phone calls and things of that nature, just to maintain ministry on campus. We are represented from the 70s all the way up to the 80s, and the 2000s are yet being represented. And we are just super grateful that for 50 years, the impact that it has had on Black students, predominantly because that's how it started. It was started during a time of struggle. But the Lord spoke to us and said, you know, encompass everybody, that we would be able to have everybody from all walks of life to be able to participate and to be able to share. And I have to tell you, I'm excited. I have to tell you all that because of the obedience of a little girl who was 17 that started this ministry, who has passed on, who started this legacy, it is officially a legacy. And I am super grateful that Washtenaw has been the greatest recipient of what this ministry has been. And the students, we have a judge standing here, doctors, social workers, my goodness, the list is long, radio personality. And we are here, and because of Eastern Michigan University that gave us an opportunity, and you are recognizing us. I could talk a long time. I don't mean to take up a lot of time, but I'm super excited. I'm super grateful. I'm very thankful. We are very, very thankful that you all see the good in what this choir has done. And because of this choir, many, many, many students, we served as a platform for people to come from far and near. We were a wonderful billboard for Eastern, that they would come to this community and serve. Thank you so much. Thank you, Commissioner Sanders, for this wonderful write-up. And we absolutely appreciate all of you alumni that's in this room as well. Thank you so much. I could go on, but I'll stop it right there. Thank you. Oh.
Right. Well, I just want to actually take this opportunity to invite you all to please join us at any of those events, especially the concert. It is free. And I'm sorry, I am Judge Lanice Bryant from the 36th District Court in Detroit. And without the choir, I would not be Judge Lanice Bryant because I would have given up. So I'm so thankful, but please join us on that Saturday at what time is it? 6 o'clock. At 6 o'clock p.m. at Pease Auditorium. It is going to be amazing. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. What day was that? Was that the 6th?
Yes.
May 6th. May 6th. Okay. Thank you very much. All right. We'll see you later. Thank you for being here. All right, we're going to move into back to our regularly scheduled programming here with public participation. So if you're in the room and you'd like to give public comment, you'll join us up at the podium and you have 3 minutes to speak. You got a nice color-coded system there where we start off green, go down to yellow, and then at red, I got to stop you. If you're joining us via Zoom, you'll raise your hand using the raise hand icon. I'll call on you and you will be able to speak. If you're joining us on Zoom via phone, you'll hit *9 to raise your hand, then I'll call on you, and then you'll hit *6 to unmute, and then you have your 3 minutes. Whether you're in person or on Zoom, I need you to say your name and where you live in the county. And I think that about covers it. Oh, the other thing I always got to remind people is we can't respond to you immediately after. So the way this works is you give public comment, we all listen to it, and then there's an agenda item for us to follow up to that. I know it seems a little odd, but that's how our board rules work. So would anybody in the room like to come give public comment? Okay. Do we have anybody online that'd like to give public comment? Okay, I'll take it. Well, really, last chance. Go on. Okay, we're going on. Well, commissioners, there are a number of written public comments that I'm sure everybody's read. If not, you would look. Going on, commissioner follow-up to public participation. There's no follow-up. And liaison reports. Anybody like to give a liaison report? Commissioner Maciejewski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This morning was a meeting of the Board of Public Works, and I wanted to share a little bit of information from that. There was a presentation from an outstanding 11th grader at Dexter High School, a member of the National Honor Society who has worked with his fellow students to create a recycling initiative at Dexter High School. His name is Andrew Betts, and quite impressive PowerPoint presentation by Andrew today. He was joined by his teacher, Deborah Marsh, who outlined that they have collected and recycled over 18,000 pounds of material from the students at Dexter High School since January. So he did a fantastic job on his presentation this morning, and I wanted to recognize him for the work that they're doing. But there are other school districts that are doing recycling programs in their school systems as well, including Lincoln, Milan, Saline, Whitmore Lake, Ypsilanti, and the Washtenaw Intermediate School District itself. And wanted to highlight that today, that the leaders of tomorrow are taking a very active role in recycling in their own buildings, in their own schools. I also wanted to note that the cleanup day calendar has been released by the Water Resource Commissioner's office. There are dates that are scheduled, and wanted to note that these will be conducted differently than in years past. Previously, a date would be scheduled and held at a location, and the general public could show up. This caused a lot of issues with traffic backups. The location in Linden Township would frequently see a very long backup down Workner Road, other locations as well. The county is now moving to a registration system and a capped number of people that can participate. And this is a twofold reason. One is to spread out the people who are coming to drop off their household hazardous materials for recycling. And secondly, to ensure that we are serving Washtenaw County residents. So there's a registration process that will be involved, which will occur 6 weeks before each of the recycling dates that are going to be held. The first one of which is coming up, I believe, in June 24th, Northfield Township. So the registration for that is open on May 12th. And there are another 4 that will occur over the course of the summer. The registration is not open yet for any of them, but you can go to the county's website, washtenaw.org/cleanup, and you'll be able to register, and you'll get a time slot that you can show up and participate in the cleanup day. So I wanted to highlight that mainly because it's different than it's been done in the past. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. It's a great update. It's always good to hear some positive news. Anybody else? Liaison report. Commissioner Labar.
Not a formal liaison report, Chair, but Senator Debbie Stabenow did come by last Monday. The county spoke with both the sheriff's office and the CMH board. She was instrumental in getting the community behavioral health clinic program in federal law, including grants that we have received here as both pilot and ongoing. And so she was kind enough to spend about 45 minutes learning more about what we do with those funds, and hopefully ways she can continue to bring them back, not just to the state of Michigan, but hopefully to Washtenaw County to keep putting them to good work. And those are funds that aren't just used for great purpose, but also help us leverage the dollars we bring to the table. So appreciated the senator coming by last Monday. Thanks.
Excellent. Commissioner Robbie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a brief update from the Parks Commission. We did vote to purchase a new parcel for the Natural Area Preservation Program on the east side of the county, which is exciting. We don't have very many NAP properties on the east side of the county, and so this was a high priority purchase. It's 17 acres adjacent to the Highland Cemetery, and the cemetery, I believe, is the agent that's selling the property to the county. And so this was something that was a long time in the making, I believe began in 2018. And there's a conservation easement on part of the property that currently is owned by the Nature Conservancy, but that is going to transfer to become part of the county park as well. So an exciting development, and hopefully we can see more of this. So that was my report. Thank you.
Very nice. Thank you, Commissioner Scott.
I'm gonna riff more on parks.
Go ahead, do it.
The other thing that I felt like was one of the really fun presentations that we had was from the Rolling Hills camps, and those camps this year sold out, I think, in 20 minutes is what she said, which is unbelievable. It's a pretty amazing value for a camp. And it seems, and that they have a ton of repeat people coming back to work at the camp that have worked there before. So some pretty incredible young men and women, and I think always looking for good people to come out and do that. And it's great. They give them lifeguard training. There's lifeguard training classes that they do. And so that's a skill I even remarked upon myself, was trained as a lifeguard when I was 15. And it's a great job to have. If you are interested in following them on TikTok, they have had a great campaign about coming out to apply for those jobs, a kind of parody of Baywatch in the snow at Rolling Hills. It was very clever. So look for it. It's a fun campaign.
All right. A lot of good news today. Any others? Seeing none, I'll be really brief with mine. Most of mine would have revolved around Brownfield and Urban County, which we'll see more of on here It's something that was particularly exciting at the most recent Brownfield meeting is an update related to the Galt Village Shopping Center, which everybody's heard me talk about before. We're on track based on a order by the judge to have that finally demolished. And then I expect that there will be a role for our Brownfield team in that afterwards. At least I hope so. All right, we'll move on to special orders of business. We have 3 today. First one is a public hearing to receive comment on the Brownfield plan for the Village of Ann Arbor Brownfield Redevelopment Project in Ann Arbor, Michigan. I'm going to open the public hearing now. Do we have anybody like to join us for this public hearing? We get 3 minutes at public hearing. Is that correct, Andrew? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's right. Yeah, 3 minutes, just like public comment.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Hodge. I appreciate the opportunity. My name is Ken Garber. I live in Ann Arbor. My points are basically the same ones I made 2 weeks ago. I like the village, and I agree with the $26 million for remediation. It's needed. But there's a $2.9 million taxpayer giveaway hidden in the non-environmental part. You wouldn't know it from reading the plan, so I'll walk you through it again. Excuse me, I'm sorry. On page 106 of your packet, you'll note cut and fill and utility relocation for $2,930,071, but that's misleading. The money is actually for something else. This. It's in the October 14th plan, which you can link to by clicking to the City of Ann Arbor staff report on page 88 of your packet. Full electrification of the for sale residential portion, solar streetlights, solar clubhouse, and carrying cost. Add them up, you get $2,930,071, exactly the same. Here's what happened. In private discussions, the city asked the developer, Robertson Brothers, they're here tonight, to include these heat pumps and solar panels. Robertson refused. So staff just folded them into the Brownfield plan with taxpayers now on the hook. One hitch, these activities are not allowed in the MEDC Act 381 work plan guidance. So staff just swapped them out for the activities that are allowed, these. It's not totally fake. I mean, this will happen, but the deal was for the sustainability features. This is a problem for 2 reasons. First, lack of transparency. And second, taxpayers should not be on the hook for sustainability features in private developments. This sets a bad precedent. We all have a shared responsibility for the climate crisis, including developers. If we pay this one to install heat pumps and solar panels, future developers can demand the same. They will never buy into climate solutions on their own. All new buildings should be all electric, in alignment with 820 and with resilient Washtenaw plans. But let's not give taxpayer dollars to this developer for something it should do on its own. So please approve the environmental portion and the roundabout and green stormwater management. But remove cut and fill and utility relocation. These are actually heat pumps and solar panels. That brings us down to $28,441,644. That is the plan that should go forward. The heat pumps will still go in because that's in the development agreement, which is legally binding, but taxpayers won't be on the hook for the cost. You're going to hear from Robertson Brothers about what a great development this is, and I agree, it's just this 10% that's really problematic. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, it was right on time too, even with a second whiteboard. Impressive. All right, do we have anybody else for public hearing? Anyone else like to participate? No? Okay, nobody online want to participate either? Okay. I'm closing the public hearing. All right, well, we have a second public hearing. This is a public hearing to receive comment on the 2023-2027 Washtenaw Urban County Consolidated Strategy and Plan and the 2023-2024 Washtenaw Urban County Annual Action Plan. Opening the public hearing. Anybody want to participate in this public hearing? It's a lot of gabbling. No one else for this one. All right, closing the public hearing then. All right, well, we need to set another public hearing for the village project that's been talked about. I would look for someone to move that.
Support.
Okay, any discussion? Yeah, Commissioner Robbie.
Would love an explanation of why a second hearing is needed. It was explained to me, but I think the public deserves to kind of know why we're doing a second public hearing.
All right, Andrew.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So we're asking the board to set a second public hearing. There's certain notice requirements that go along with brownfield projects, and those notice requirements must be followed in order for the brownfield to be adopted. There was the public hearing this evening. It came to our attention after publishing the packet last week that there was a notice that needed to go to local taxing jurisdictions, which was not sent out. And so our proposed way to address that while still allowing for this project to go ahead, should the board approve it, would be to set a second public hearing, and that would allow for those taxing jurisdictions to receive the notice and still provide ample opportunity for you to hear the public comment on the plan.
Do you have anything to follow up with that, Commissioner
I
Robbie?
have a question.
Okay,
Oh, I'm sorry.
go ahead, Commissioner Scott.
Thank you. I thought you said Commissioner Scott. Sorry. Thank you.
Sorry, I'll be louder.
We can still vote on this tonight before having the second hearing?
That's correct. It's for first hearing, I'm sorry, for first reading this evening. And should the board approve it this evening, it would not have final reading until after the public hearing, which would be set through the action before you currently. So the public hearing would happen before any final decision by the board.
Okay, thank you.
I saw, did I see another hand? Nope. All right, well, I think we're ready for a roll call vote then.
Commissioner Hodge,
Yes.
Commissioner Labar. Commissioner Light,
Yes.
Commissioner Machieski,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie, Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott, Commissioner Somerville,
Yes.
and Commissioner Beaman. Yes.
Excellent, thank you. Well, join us on May 3rd for another public hearing on this. All right, move on to appointments. Would anybody like to move the appointments? Okay, would anybody like to pull any for separate consideration or just have discussion on it? Commissioner Robbie.
Just to be clear, based on what I'm seeing, you are appointing to the road commission today.
Yeah, I can make some comments about the road commission appointment at this point, just to give you want to go? No, okay. So as you know, we've had a vacancy on the road commission for quite some time. We were hoping to have a more deliberative process around this appointment. Knowing that Commissioner Machieski's district District 1 has a substantial amount of county road. It's either the first or the second most amount of county road, from what I'm being told. You might have to, compete over there for it. I wanted to make sure that we had good geographic representation. So the thought would be that we would look for somebody in that district. And then Commissioner Machieski, Administrator Dill, and I interview the applicants that applied from that district by the deadline. And we were finally able to complete that yesterday. In addition to that, I know that many in the public have reached out to all of us and probably other people involved in anything related to the county about wanting to make sure that there was someone with a strong environmental background on being appointed. So that was really important to us, and we gave a lot of questions related to the applicants. And in addition to that, I wanted to have somebody with significant road experience too. And the person that we've selected here, Jeff Smers, has both of those. That came out both in the interview and you all have copies of his resume and his application. So I felt very good about how the interview went and his background, both environmentally and with roads, and him living in District 1. Commissioner Machieski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to note that I appreciate the chair's willingness to kind of go through this process and take some time and interview applicants that were selected. I very much appreciate that, and I will note that Commissioner Beaman has the most county roads mileage of roads in any district, but this position was created with the passing of Doug Fuller late last year. And, Doug was from Scioto Township, and I appreciate the effort to have geographic representation across the county on the road commission amongst the 5 road commissioners. We did interview multiple candidates, and Mr. Smers, hopefully I'm pronouncing that correctly. I think for me, his experience and his motivation for applying touched on a lot of the things that I was looking for in somebody to sit on the road commission. Not only does he have a construction background, he's worked in infrastructure throughout his entire career in a variety of forms, whether it's pipeline projects or water projects or other types of construction projects. He's got public service. He had been on a planning commission. He has served on the Red Cross Board of Directors. He has, I thought, a pretty impressive background. In addition, I was also attuned to the idea of having somebody that was going to pay attention to environmental concerns in the way that the road commission is operating. And I believe he brings that perspective. He talked quite extensively about it during his interview. And not only the importance of paying attention to environmental impact and environmental results of the project that the road commission does, but also looking long-term and planning. And the idea that gas tax revenue may be declining as we move towards more battery-powered vehicles, and what the implications on funding our road projects could be for that. The idea of charging stations and what that might mean and how the road commission might be involved in that. So I am, very satisfied with his application and the perspective that he could bring as a Washtenaw County Road Commissioner. So I appreciate the chair bringing forward the nomination tonight. I plan on supporting it.
Thank you, Commissioner. One thing I learned from the process is I don't want to be on the other side and get grilled by Commissioner Machieski. He asked a lot of really tough questions. Anybody else have any comments or questions about this before we move forward? Okay. And let the record reflect that Commissioner Beeman's district has the most amount of county road in it. All right, I believe this is a roll call vote. Oh, you have something? Commissioner Robbie.
I want to make sure I caught in the packet who you were nominating to the other committees as well.
Yep. So.
Do you want to talk about the other appointments at all, or?
Joe Orwell, hopefully I'm pronouncing that correctly, for Historic District Commission, has applied before. And when this vacancy popped up, they expressed continued interest, and we have had not a lot of interest in the historic the Historic District Commission. You would be on, yeah, well, maybe we'll throw you on there. And for, let's see, similarly for the land survey peer review group. Okay. Anybody else? Oh, Commissioner Light.
When is the appointment for the VA for?
We did that 1 or 2 meetings ago.
That one?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Just checking.
Yep.
Just making sure.
I think we're good now.
Commissioner Labar,
Yep, yep.
Commissioner Light,
No.
Commissioner Machieski,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie. Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
Commissioner Somerville,
Yes.
Commissioner Beeman, yes, and Commissioner Hodge.
Yes. Excellent. All right, moving us along to the consent agenda. Would anybody like to move the consent agenda?
Support.
All right, any discussion on consent agenda? All right, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none. All right, moving along to resolutions. Would anybody like to move the first reading resolutions? Sorry, I'm gonna give it to Commissioner Scott. I could see you. Oh, you're pointing at sorry, right, Labar. I couldn't see, like, Commissioner Robbie was covering you, so I couldn't really. Commissioner Labar, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I think we all know it's a high honor to be able to read these resolutions. So I thank you, sir. Starting with the resolutions for first reading, 1A is the resolution authorizing the reclassification of the position in the prosecutor's office in its SVU. B is the resolution approving the Michigan Drug Court Program's Operational Planning Programs Grant for fiscal year 24. C is the resolution adopting the Brownfield Plan aforementioned for the Village of Ann Arbor. D, a resolution approving the agreement with COAM, Washtenaw County, and Washtenaw County Sheriff's Office for the wage reopener 2023 to 2025. E is the resolution to approve $3 million in community project fund grant from HUD to support the East Washtenaw Recreation and Community Center. And that is it for, first reading. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a second? Thank you. Would anybody like to pull any for separate consideration or not? You do, Commissioner. I know, I know there's plenty to discuss related to Brownfield. Okay, pulling Brownfield. Anybody else? Any other ones? No? Okay, well, we have a lot of guests related to the Brownfield one, so why don't we go ahead and just hit that now? All right, so do we want a presentation? I know, I see you over there, Nathan. Do you want to preempt the questions or do you want to get right into the? Yeah, come on up. Preempt us.
Been a while. I know. I'm Nathan Vogt with OCED. I'm the Brownfield Coordinator. I think I know most of you, maybe not some of you. Happy to be here tonight. The developers are here and the environmental consultant for the project. They do have a presentation. We can go get right into that and then have further discussion or.
Yeah, give us a presentation. We know there will be discussion, so.
Okay.
Let's hit it.
So.
Partner over there is getting this set up, so. One second. Good evening. I'm Tim Lockman with Robertson Homes, 6905 Telegraph Road. It's been a couple of years since I've been here, so it's good to be back. Good to see you all. We'll do a quick presentation if that's okay, just to give you kind of an overview of the project. We've been working on this site for off and on, probably 5 years. You know, it's been an endeavor. It's a large site. I think it's going to be transformative in a very important area that the city wanted to see growth. And we've worked really hand in hand with them, with the neighborhood, really with all the stakeholders. We've had many meetings with local groups, discuss a lot of different issues. So we feel, based on obviously the unanimous approvals that we've had through council, through BRA, that this is a project that really the community wants to see move forward. And I'm hoping you as well. So we're naming it Village of Ann Arbor. It's really a partnership, 50-50 partnership between Robertson Brothers Homes, which is us. We've been around a very long time. I'm not going to get into the shameless self-promotion, but we've been in business almost 80 years. And then DTN Management out of Lansing is our partner. They've been in business for about 40, 50 years. So you've got a couple companies that have been around a long time. We'll go to the next slide, Darren. So just a summary, and I do have this in hard copy. Did you want me to pass this out? Would it be easier, or do you just want to go through? Sure. I hope I have enough copies. I was told 14, so. I think there's probably, thank you. And my eyesight is just good enough to read that, so we should be good. So the development area, it's a large site. It's about 78 gross acres. There's about an 8 to 10 acre landfill, which is why there's 70+ acres of land sitting in the middle of the city of Ann Arbor. So we have a lot of work to do. And obviously, I think you've probably gone through the Brownfield plan to some degree. You'll know exactly what we've been working with over the past couple of years. We spent a lot of money to figure out what the problem is, and I think we have a very good plan to deal with it and make it come to fruition. The master plan density designation that the city has on the property specifically called out 7 to 10 units per acre. That's right in line where we are. So it is it meets, you know, by right their master plan designation. As we've gone through the process, we did have to annex most of the parcels. I think there was one that was already in the city. They were in the township. We've gone through that process. That was part of one of the reasons why it did take a little bit longer. All of those parcels are now annexed into the city proper. Number of homes ultimately be 604. We did get approved 484 units of both for sale and rental apartments. And we're in for review for the final 120, which is basically the parcel along Duvarn. So it is, we're calling it a village because it really is a number of different price points, number of different opportunities for home buyers and for renters looking to live in this part of the city. It's for sale, attached single-family homes and townhomes, and a very highly amenitized apartment community, a couple of different areas of apartments. And it really ranges from 684 square feet all the way up to 1,850, anywhere from 1 to 4 bedrooms. So really going on that village theme. And we've kind of we've been thinking about that from day one. That's really kind of informed how our site plan has been designed, and really some of the components that we've added into the project. Darren, if you can move on. Couple highlights. Again, I talked about it. There's multiple entry points in pricing, which we think is very important. Multiple open space areas. This is a very large site. Gave us a lot of opportunities to work within what we had to work with, right? You had the landfill area, which we're looking at that as an amenity. We've been working with Eagle on that, and I can show you that on a site plan with some walking paths through there. But we have a lot of open space, and it's really a connection between areas that are connected right now. So we're connecting 2 different parks, Olson Park and Leslie Park. And we're doing that by opening up not only for vehicular access, but also for pedestrian and bicycle access. So we wanted to create these connections and now open up Leslie Park, which you all know Leslie Park, the only way through it is through an existing subdivision right now. This will give it a nice public opening. There are private roads, but everything will have public easements, which was very important to the city, and we were happy to do that. Very walkable, I mentioned that. There's actually over a mile of bike paths and sidewalks. So our large project, mix of residential land uses. And again, I want to point it out that it is a targeted growth location. The city really did want to see this type of development in this area. And it reclaims, and this is why we're here tonight, it reclaims a previous landfill property. So we do have some all electric components to it, using energy efficient appliances. We've worked very hard with staff, with neighborhood groups to get a good understanding on all of that. Family oriented plans, like I said, some of them have 4 bedrooms. So we really wanted to create an option for families to live in this area, which there really isn't much right now. High quality owner occupied homes and amenitized. So again, there'd be for sale and rental, just again, that kind of village concept. And I won't go into shameless self-promotion, but we've been around for a long time, and so is DTN. So the context plan, I didn't say already, but it's at basically south and east of the southeast corner of Pontiac Trail in Duvarn. And if you've ever driven by and wondered why there's so much land there, well, I can tell you it's a difficult piece of property. You can see basically to the east of that colored rendering, that's where that landfill portion is. Again, we will have some walking paths through there. This is actually the plan that was approved by the city with the 484 units. I'll show you another slide soon that shows the areas that we're in for review for the remainder. We did pick up a couple of parcels on Pontiac Trail, which gave us the open space allowance to have the additional units along Duvarn. You can see we've got a lot of medium and higher density around us, so we really fit into the area. And you can see how we connect Leslie Park now. The only way through it is through that neighborhood to the upper right. So we're creating a nice public path to that park now. Darren? This is what was approved. You've got 164 for sale townhomes. That's really the kind of the north central, if you will, right in the center of the map there. And then everything, those are all for sale. They're either 2-story or 3-story townhomes, 2 bedrooms, 3 bedrooms. All of them will have at least 1 car parking. So a lot of them will have 2-car parking in enclosed garages. And then all of the apartments, there's 320 that are shown there with a nice clubhouse. Clubhouse actually open up to the entire village at Ann Arbor, which is kind of unique also for the, for the for sale and the rental. All of those apartments also will have, that are shown there will have a enclosed garage. This is what was just submitted for the additional, and really it's essentially the same plan. You can see the 4 buildings on the north side off Duvarn. What we were able to accomplish with this was to add in another 10 acres, roughly 10 acres along Pontiac Trail, which kind of fills in that whole area. So there's not any further township islands. And what we're able to do then with that additional land, I don't know if you can see the park area, but to the west of the apartments, a very highly amenitized park area, which we didn't have previously. And this really gives us an opportunity to put in a dog park, put in some walking trails, put in a lot of trees. So we really like that we've got this nice big amenity centrally located within the development itself. And there was paths to the public roadways as well for anybody to use. Next slide. So I just wanted to point out a couple of things that really go above and beyond with this project. I want to stress this was, this is zoned R4A in the city. This is not a PUD. There wasn't really anything specific that said you have to do all these additional items. But we've met with the city, obviously, many times. We met neighborhood groups, and there were some things that really came to the top is, hey, you've got the opportunity on such a large project to do some of these things. So we took that seriously, and we added a lot of things, right? So we added in those bike and pedestrian paths, more than we normally would. We have a $1.2 million contribution to the Devarn and Pontiac Trail roundabout. That's not a requirement per se. They can't force us to do that. There's not a PUD, if you will, to force us to do something like that. We felt it was important because they, from a very beginning, they had talked about traffic in the area. Multiple entry points, as we said, there will be multiple EV connections. Every home itself will be pre-wired, and we'll also have multiple guest EV charging stations located throughout. So that's important to us. We're putting in a covered sheltered bus stop along Pontiac Trail, obviously preserving 99.5% of the wetlands, only where there's a crossing. So it was important to us to kind of keep as much nature as we can. Now it makes it more expensive to drive in that long without having any homes. But it was very important to preserve that wetland. We're going to have clubhouse solar panels and then solar streetlights throughout. That's not something we typically do. It's something that the city wanted, asked us to do, and we reviewed it and we decided, yes, that's something that makes sense in your community. 65% open space, that is a requirement of R4A. But that just kind of speaks to the volume of open space that this project has. Of course, we're recycling a contaminated property, which is a very important component. We do have an all-electric component. So all of those for sale townhomes will be all electric. There will not be any gas to those, to that neighborhood. That was important to the city, and we listened. That was important to the neighborhood groups. And then, of course, I already mentioned the public connection to Leslie Park. So you can see there's a lot of things that we're doing. Some of these would we have done anyway? Yes. But there's a lot of components that we knew were important to the city as we've had discussions throughout. So that's how it kind of informed where the site plan has ended up. Darren? So we'll go into all of these word by word, but there is a lot of difficulty on this site. There are people that have just looked at it, wiped their hands and walked away. In fact, we did. We came back to it after we had the opportunity to really review it a little bit more and think of different ways to work within the land. So we took it, it was a former mining operation, and then the city of Ann Arbor back in the 40s and 50s kind of filled in a portion of it, about 8 to 10 acres of it, with city landfill. The other portion of it still is construction debris, and that's very difficult to work with. So that's a large component of the environmental, but I don't think anybody's ever questioned just the challenges we've had on the site and the level of incentives that would be necessary. We'll also be constructing a methane trench to deal with the methane from the landfill. It will redirect the methane away from the home sites. That's a part of the plan as well, and that's something that SME has helped us with. And then just overall, there'll be specialized structural foundation improvements. There'll be vapor mitigation systems, and that's there's a lot of cubic yards of rubble and fill to move. So it's a lot of work on this project, and we're up for it. I mean, we're not afraid of something like this. I'd say over half of our projects are very difficult sites that require brownfield. So we're very familiar with the process. It is a large site for us. It's a large site for anybody, but we're prepared. We're ready to go. And then the other costs that I think are important, I've mentioned some of these already, but these are costs that are really above and beyond. These aren't necessarily environmental, but they're things that the city wanted to see, and we were able to fit into the plan collector roads for Leslie Park, the contribution as I talked about. I really talked about all of these, a couple of them that I didn't hit on. We also contributing to a park improvement. So again, these are things that we worked with the city hand in hand for the last 3 years. Next one, Darian. And then public benefits, we just, again, I've kind of talked about some of these already. We do have the all electric component. We'll have energy efficient, obviously materials, and we've added in all those pathways that I talked about. So I think this is sort of a rehash of some of those. We will be planting 1,331 new on-site trees. Net gain on the project itself. And overall, I just kind of want to leave you with, we're recycling a large plot of land, and it needs a lot of help and a lot of work. And we spent a lot of time understanding it. So the brownfield plan you have really focuses on what those costs are in order to create such a nice mixed income amenitized community that the city has essentially unanimously approved from our rezoning, our annexations, our site plans, our BRA. So we've gone through that whole process, vetting system with the city and the neighborhood. Darren, I think there might be, just for reference, the housing products, this might be the last one. This just kind of shows you what some of those products are, but rich elements, rich materials, something that we can all be proud of in our community. So that just gives you an idea of the different typologies that will be available in the project. So I think that might be the last one, Darian. So I'm happy to answer all the questions you have. We have Brett Stunts from SME. I also have Darian Newbecker from Robertson, and we're happy to answer any questions you have. Thank you.
All right, so for everyone that's here, do you have anything else you want to present us before you start getting hit with questions? Because there are questions.
Happy.
Ready to go?
Ready to
for
go,
questions?
yes.
All right, Commissioner Robbie.
I didn't even raise my hand.
I could feel it was coming.
You can feel it. You
Yeah.
can feel the energy. Okay, thank you. Well, thank you for being here to present this
Thank
to
you.
us. I have a lot of questions, but Mr. Chair, maybe I'll ask a first round and then give it back over to you.
Just hit all your questions
All
at
the
once.
questions? Okay,
Yeah.
sounds good.
Maybe he'll get mine.
Maybe. So a few questions actually just came out of the presentation.
Yes.
And the first one that I had is hopefully one you can answer pretty easily. You were talking about the methane
Yes.
diversion away from, you wanted to divert the methane away from the new homes.
Yes.
As I look at the map, what you have around you is existing homes, a park, and a church. So where are you diverting the methane to?
So the methane trench will go, essentially, it'll ring around the landfill on our property. So if you see where the landfill is, it's basically north of where those 3 apartment buildings are. And then it kind of wraps around along, probably about 10 or 15 feet off of the roadway as it goes north. And then we'll cut across just south of where those 4 buildings are.
So where's the methane gonna be outgassing?
Yeah, I will defer to Brett Stunts on that.
Brett Stance with SME. The methane venting trench vents vertically out of the trench, so it presents a preferential pathway for methane in subsurface, and then it's vented vertically to the environment.
And that venting will occur basically at the property intersection with the Chinese church? Is that what I'm reading?
So the trench is designed, and this was part of a collaboration with the city, but on the west side of that former dump area where there's green space, and the south side of the former dump area where there's green space.
You can put the mouse on where you're talking about.
So yeah, the intersection, it seems like with the Chinese church property. Christian, what is it called? The Chinese Christian church? Is that what the labeling is?
Chinese Christian Baptist Church.
Okay. And they're good with that? The church?
I've had many conversations with the church, ongoing on this process. Yes.
Okay. And well, all right.
I
think
think explain.
if anything, what the trench will do, in addition to sort of obvious benefit of protecting the homes and apartments that are to be constructed, is that it's going to vent methane that's already present on that dump and potentially moving around in a way that is more protective of anyone, whether they're west, south, north, or east of the dump.
Interesting. Okay. I guess I don't quite understand that, but I don't want to belabor this point too much. I guess there are other ways of capturing the methane, right? That don't involve outgassing it near a church property, but I have other questions, so maybe I'll just keep moving here.
Well, belabor it if you want to.
Belabor it
right?
if I
mean,
want to. Okay.
You
I
gotta
mean,
understand the methane situation here.
yeah, I mean, it does seem fairly intricate as an issue. And I guess you didn't really answer my question about how they felt about outgassing methane near their church property, but I know that there's, many landfills recapture the methane and sell it actually. Is that something you all considered or?
We did look at that. One of the main issues with capturing methane and selling it is the quality of the methane that you can capture. And the main environmental risk for a new development that with respect to the methane is that concentrations of methane can accumulate beneath structures and it's flammable. And so we need to make sure that anything that's constructed doesn't have that risk. And so there are two ways that this development is doing that. And one is trying to intercept it at the likeliest source. There could be sources west of the former dump as well, because there were organic materials from there's a construction borrow pit west of that dump that was filled with some organics and basement backfill. So there could be some methane from there as well, but we need to make sure that it doesn't accumulate under structures at concentrations that are unsafe. And so those are the two ways that we go about doing that. And we have done about 2 years of sampling of methane on the property. And so we found concentrations that could be troubling in that regard. But with that said, they're also not really high concentrations of methane that if you're looking to, in any kind of efficient way, capture it and have a quality of methane that you could double purpose for some kind of fuel. We haven't found that. And so it's not really a technically feasible option in terms of a reuse of the methane. And with respect to the church, I honestly don't know the answer about their specific feelings on it. The venting, whereas the concentrations would be problematic if they were to accumulate beneath a structure, as far as the safety of that structure goes, the periodic venting that will be on that trench and that and that vents to the ambient air is at concentrations that are so dilute that it wouldn't be, I think, discernible to anyone in the vicinity of the vents.
Okay, it seems like it's kind of near one of the apartment buildings that you have on your site plan amendment too. So you're saying that your residents there would not be experiencing, depending on the wind direction?
Right, so there's venting on the trench, and then each structure also has venting beneath the slab of the structure, so that the low but significant levels that if they can accumulate would create an explosivity risk are mitigated through that process. But with that said, you're not going to have an issue at the stacks or any kind of aesthetic or odor issue with the venting.
Okay, I mean, not having an odor issue, just getting into the weeds on that a little bit, like, does that mean it's not going to pose a inhalation public health issue as well?
Yep.
In your opinion?
Yes.
Okay, moving on to another topic that I have questions on. So you obviously presented several public benefits, and that included or I guess maybe it's under your site constraints, but you're talking about the contribution of $1.2 million for improvements, the bus stop, all these things. How much of that is being done through this brownfield plan and thus by tax dollars versus being done by the developer?
So, those items are not, the infrastructure improvements that are in the plan, are with respect to the roundabout at Pontiac Trail and DuVarn. There are, on the project, looking at Act 381 and brownfield eligible activities, there are, due to the public access that's being created by the development, several $1 million of additional technically eligible activities that could be part of a brownfield plan. There's available tax increment revenue statutorily in the brownfield plan or under the brownfield statute. Those items are not included. The roundabout, however, is included as an eligible activity cost.
That's what I thought. Yeah, thank you. So that $1.2 million for improvements at DuVarn and Pontiac Trail is being paid for by the tax dollars. Thank you. Just wanted to confirm that. The other question I had was in terms of who's building this site, are you going to be working with union contractors to construct these buildings?
Specifically, I don't think we had any requirements to do that. A lot of our trades actually are union trades. We have not contracted this out at this point, so I can't speak to the percentage of that. But generally speaking, depending on where we're building, we definitely have a number of union trades that we use. Yes.
But you don't have any specific guardrails that are keeping you to only use union trades. You could theoretically not be using union trades on the site.
What I'm saying is a lot of the trades that we use are unit trades. So when we bid this out, we will bid it out to all of our trades. And generally speaking, we have a number of trades that are union trades that become part of our project. So I don't have a exact percentage because we haven't even started the bidding process.
Do you usually just go with the lowest bidder? How do you decide?
We go with a competitive bid. So, going with the lowest bid isn't always the best choice, as everybody knows. So we go through that long process. We use a lot of the trades that we've used, historically. And if they have availability in this area, that's also a big factor.
Will you be using predominantly union trades for the $26 million of taxpayer money that's being used?
I don't know what, union trades are out there that do that kind of work. So, some of that is very specialized work. There's only so many trades that are out there. But again, it's certainly something that we have in our, in our typical process is we have union trades in our bidding process for sure.
So they could be union trades, but not necessarily.
That's correct.
Different topic. What is the price range? You said this was a mixed income development. What is the low end of what you're selling these units for?
So again, we have
And are they all sale or is it rental and sale?
It's both. So the townhomes in the center portion are all for sale. They'll start right around 1,250, 1,300 square feet. I could see those in other communities. We're starting those in the 200s. These will probably be somewhere in the low 300s. I think that's probably where the market would be starting for those. As you get to the larger townhomes, which are about 1,600 square feet, those will be a little bit more than that starting out. And then we'll have the attached single family, which are 2-story townhomes that Darian's pointing out to there. My guess is those will start somewhere in the 400s. I don't know yet. That's always something we do as we get closer to building the homes. But that's kind of the range I'd expect to be in. The apartments, again, DTN are the experts in that. I think we'll probably start with the 684 square foot units under the $2,000 range, of course, but I don't know where exactly. So they have some larger apartments as well, so they'll get a little bit higher up. But your range would be certainly under 2,000. Some of them will be higher than 2,000 a month.
$2,000 a month?
Yes.
And so on the low end for the for sale housing units, You said probably low threes,
I'd say low 300s, yes.
and that's for what-
1,300, about 1,300 square foot townhome, one car, a garage. And, you know, just the cost of construction, just the construction alone, has been outrageous. So, you know, that number would have been in the 200s, probably even a year or 2 years ago.
and on the high end, then the larger units.
Those larger units will be, they're more family oriented homes. They'll be in the 400s. We have a design gallery where people can, you know, dress it up if they want. I could see those going into the 500s.
Okay. Thank you. I had a few questions too. Oh, did you need me to stop?
Oh, no, continue. I'm just trying to map out who all has stuff to say.
Gotcha.
Just keep
Well,
on going.
just, you know, hold me when you.
No,
need
look,
to stop.
this is important. There's a lot of public interest in this. I want everybody to have all their questions answered before we do it. And I know this is, I think, particularly important in your district, right?
Thank you. Okay, so then, I did have some questions too about the brownfield plan itself and the public dollars that we're talking about here. Like, the presenter, Mr. Garber, that came forward to, that's your name, right? Last name, Garber? Came forward today. I share some of those concerns. And in my review of the plan, prior to him presenting actually, at our last meeting, I had many of the same thoughts. And I served on the Brownfield Authority with Nathan. Nathan knows me well for 6 years. And, of course, you know, there's certainly the rationale behind doing a brownfield for a site like this, and just in general, I understand it. It makes sense. There's environmental contamination, you know, and we're trying to help you remediate that. I get it. The public improvements, they're public improvements. They benefit everybody. I understand why we would help with those. I am struggling genuinely with the idea of giving the non-environmental, non-public improvement dollars. That doesn't mesh well with just my general philosophy around, you know, why we have a huge need in our county for affordable housing. And based on what you just outlined, this is not affordable housing. And we're spending, because when we're talking about a brownfield plan, we're talking about an expenditure of public money at the end of the day. And so if we're talking about $2.9 million of non-environmental, non-public, that gives me pause. And I know that there was some, you know, shift in what exactly the money was covering from the first plan to the second plan. You know, I guess I want to give you the opportunity to kind of, from your perspective, talk through why that $2.9 million is necessary for this site.
Of course. So, you know, we kind of look at this holistically. There's a lot of things that we've done that, you know, weren't part of the original plan. Those are things that the city had come to us, said this is very important. They said that the all electric is more important than the affordability of the all electric on the townhomes. They said that about the street lights, the solar street lights. So that's sort of how this formed, if you will. I mean, I certainly understand your concern and I appreciate it very much. I just want to say we've spent a lot of time working with a lot of people to come up with, you know, a plan that really kind of meets the needs of the community and recognizes the additional costs that are put in here. As you know, Brad had mentioned, you know, we've got like $4 million worth of access roads to Leslie Park. That's infrastructure, it's public infrastructure. And we're not asking for, you know, for that. So it's really just the evolution of this plan throughout time with the city that we've come to this plan. You want to add to that?
Sure. I think what I would add too is that from a developer perspective, I think you go into a site like this and you start assessing the issues that you have to deal with in order to do the things that you really know how to do, which are to vertically construct, to build houses, to build retail, office, whatever you're going to build. And there's this long process to really understand what are all the environmental challenges, what are the soils challenges, what are the infrastructure challenges. And on the brownfield side, you have an economic development statute, which looks at environmental issues, which looks at demolition, site preparation, infrastructure improvements, all the things that you do on a BRA. And it tries to account for some of those things. And there is always kind of a translation process of, what are the brownfield conditions? What are those added costs to redevelop the site? And how do we get our arms around those and do what's needed for whatever the community decisions are about what's valuable? And I think on a site like this, what I wanted to point out is, there's in the areas where construction is occurring, particularly on the north side there, you have like 30 feet of bad soils. And you have these methane issues, you have other issues of contamination. And we can pencil in figures for the specific eligible activities there. And $26 million of environmental costs. But if you look at it from a risk and a development perspective, I don't think it even begins to really address the difficulties and challenges in redeveloping a site like this. So in my mind, that's one of the reasons why things like site preparation is an eligible activity under the brownfield statute, because these sites are hard. And so, like Tim was saying, there's more for a site like this in terms of public benefit and brownfield issues that need to be worked through. And this was where the city and Robertson landed in terms of what could be done. It would be good to have affordable housing and all electrification and all the infrastructure that's necessary. But this was what could be done based on what the city was comfortable moving forward with.
I'm not sure if you really answered my question. I appreciate everything you said about like the environmental stuff. I mean, obviously, like I said, I think I have no problem supporting that. But again, I mean, when we're talking about the non-environmental stuff, I mean, you're kind of saying like, this is a tough site, we need extra money. But that's why we have the environmental components of this, is to help remediate this site so that you can develop it. So I guess I'm still not understanding why the non-environmental dollars are so necessary in this context. And again, I just, maybe pivoting from that question a little bit, and maybe this is something more for Nathan, but the $2.9 million, I guess, can you remind us the taxing jurisdictions whose dollars will be captured? It's not just the county and the city, right? There's others.
Well, it's all of them equally by statute. This is the only TIF statute that remains where we can bring to bear all the taxing jurisdictions to quickly address a legacy site like this, like a brownfield site. And this
So our schools are included.
schools are captured.
Library.
I mean, any millage where this site is located, the municipality is located, whatever is levied, that is what's captured.
Okay, so mental health, affordable housing, schools, library, public health, everything the county does, everything the city does. The reason I'm asking is I just want to be clear, $2.9 million that could have gone to all these other things is now going to be going to this. And I just want to be crystal clear about that, and that we understand what we're getting into by doing this. And that's the only reason I'm asking. So thank you for answering that question.
And just to clarify, these are future tax dollars, that any existing tax dollars levied on any of these properties continue to go to the jurisdictions. This is the increment, the increase, just to.
I certainly understand that.
Yeah, I know you do.
And I guess that kind of leads to my next question, which is, generally, development is not done in a nonprofit setting. So my question for the developers is, what is the projected profit margin on this project? And that will be my last question. Thank you.
So generally, we target a 6 to 10% net income. Now that's going to take obviously a lot of 14% is what our internal rate of return is 14%. And again, that's bringing it out as long as it is with a brownfield, which obviously takes longer to pay back. There's a lot of equity requirements with this. So it's generally speaking, where we're at is about a 14% IRR.
All right, colleagues, I'm trying to keep the queue in mind here. So Commissioner Scott, I know you were in the queue, and do you have anything else, or did Commissioner Robbie hit all your questions? Okay, and so I'll hit you, and then I'm gonna hit Commissioner Sanders, Somerville, Labar.
Thanks for being here. I appreciate you answering all of our many questions. This is in my district, so I have some, I think Commissioner Robbie hit a lot of my questions. I appreciate that you're here, that you've listened to Ann Arbor and what they've said in terms of our climate action goals here in the city of Ann Arbor. I think that, I appreciate that you've heard that and then decided to go forward. I don't necessarily give you kudos for doing it, because if you want to build here, that's part of building here, is recognizing that these are the values of this community. So thank you for recognizing that and making changes. As I said, I appreciate that you're a local builder in the state of Michigan. I think that that is fantastic. And like Mr. Garber noted, I really like a lot of aspects of this plan. I like the roundabout. I like things that you're doing in that area. I have some questions about the same issues Mr. Garber brought up that Commissioner Robbie brought up. I don't know if it's possible, and this is probably a question for Nathan, to take this plan and approve it without that section included, because I'd be much more amenable without that 2.5 million.
I don't recommend that you do that. Let me back up a little bit about our role, the county's role here. Everything we're doing here, the city could do by itself. Well, we decided in 1999 to form a new authority and invite public participation. We have 23 local units that we provide the service to, and the advantage is we consolidate expertise. I've got 11 years now doing this. We consolidate resources so we can pool our local brownfield revolving fund, our admin fees. This is a self-funded program. The first stop in any approval is that local unit. We don't ever see a plan unless that local unit approves it. All the kind of the nuance here that we've been talking about was all done at the city of Ann Arbor level. And as stated, there was a lot that went into it. And this is what the planning commission approved and what city council approved. So I kind of always back up to, I don't want to make you all feel like this is a rubber stamp. However, we're providing a service. This is a regional economic development service. And there's benefits to both parties. There's benefits to the city of Ann Arbor. They don't have to have their own authority. They don't have to have their own staff. We provide that, and the other 22 local units that we do this for. So I'm really hesitant to start messing with their approved plans, right? And I appreciate the discussion about the land use aspects and the benefits. I do want to reiterate that this is a by right site plan, and we're getting into some zoning nerd stuff here, but a PUD is where the city can negotiate and say, hey, developer, we want the solar powered stuff. You got to provide that. That's part of the PUD benefit. This is a site plan that has certain administrative requirements. They met those requirements. And to go beyond that is not in the Ann Arbor code right now. So we're kind of getting into an area that's that the city had to begin to say, hey, can you give us these things? And guess what? The Brownfield Act can provide a vehicle to do that. And that's kind of what you're seeing. This is not the first time we've done this with Ann Arbor. Lowertown, 1140 Broadway, Beekman on Broadway. We were able to get 15 and now soon 21 affordable housing units through the same process. In the state of Michigan, Eagle and MEDC, they know, they've seen our plans. We say right in the plan what's happening, and they're fine with our approach, the city's approach, the Brownfield Authority's approach.
I think, Nathan, what you're saying is part of my struggle, is understanding that the people that I have, put votes in to represent me at the city have said, go ahead with this plan, and done that. The fact that I still have questions on it, I feel like I'm at this other level, and I have to ask those questions and think that. I appreciate the difference between the by right issues, but the city determines what those by right issues are. And so I would expect we'll see things like what we're saying here about carbon neutrality very soon and by right in Ann Arbor. That being said, I hear what you've said about that $2.5 million, and I'll take that into consideration. I have a few more questions about methane. What's the range of the methane at the site right now? What percentage?
Up to about 10%.
And what is the rate, what is the level of percentage where methane's explosive?
So 1.25% is the sort of action level.
And the level that we're at right now, is that the level required by state and federal regulations to do methane remediation?
There is a requirement to remediate at that level.
What are your plans for continued monitoring there? Or do you know if the city has plans for continued monitoring about methane coming off of those wells?
Our plans would be for continued monitoring throughout the entirety of the project. And so we would monitor likely at least 4 times a year. Also, each of the structures would have methane alarms in them. And so those would be kind of a real-time monitoring.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Commissioner Sanders.
So my question, I've got a couple questions. They were related to labor. So, you mentioned that, you consider this to be well, I don't know if you said it, but a regional economic service. And so a regional economic service to me would mean that we are looking to make sure these tax dollar that are being spent on Washtenaw County labor. And I'm asking that because I've seen far too many developments lately, literally, where you've got some lone man at 10 o'clock at night doing the roofing, no safety equipment on, some flimsy little headlight. And it's disturbing to me that, there are developers that will use that labor and not use bargain for labor that makes sure that they have OSHA protections and things of that nature. This is not my district, but that is one of my major concerns. I had a question about the solar that you mentioned in here. I'm interested in whether or not you as the developer are paying for that solar, or are you benefiting from any sort of federal credits or programs that would pay for, even in part, that solar installation?
Those are our costs. Yes.
Okay.
And if I get, not to interrupt you, I just want to make sure I don't forget the safety. 100% agree. I mean, we wouldn't be in business for almost 80 years if we hired 4 contractors. We have a reputation that we certainly have to live by, and we will not hire anybody that does not meet, obviously the standards of the community. As far as hiring Washtenaw County trades specifically, it's more beneficial to us to use trades that are familiar in the community. So that is typically what our policy is when we're bidding out, we bid out the local trades for sure.
And then I don't think that you ever answered Commissioner Robbie's question specifically. So for the church, when you say you've had conversations with them, did you have explicit conversations about, I'm gonna call it pollution?
Not
And
specific.
the remediation of it.
Yep, not specifically the methane. And I don't want it to seem like we have a tunnel that's just going straight to the church and here you go. I mean, that's not by any means what we're trying to say. I know them, I know the board, just because we had talked to them about potentially buying part of the parcel and then just being neighborly. I know all of the neighbors. In fact, we've had, I would say probably, 5 or 6 neighbor meetings or neighborhood group meetings. We've met with Mr. Garber's group numerous times. So it's very important to us that we have a very good relationship. If there's any issue, they knew who to contact. They would contact me directly. They have my contact information. So I'm not concerned in that respect. Specifically about the methane, again, it's not being dumped onto their property. I don't want it to, that's not what we're saying. So I haven't had more recent conversations with them. But certainly will as we start getting further along development.
So it may not matter what I'd like for you to do, but I would prefer that you be able to come back and tell us that you actually had a conversation with them.
Understood.
I mean, if you're a good neighbor, you're gonna divulge everything and you're gonna try and figure it out. I mean, that's an integrity issue for me. I would look at you kind of strange if We've talked about everything else. We've had dinner, we've been out to, hanging out together, and you never mentioned that rather important piece of information.
Oh, I understand. I mean,
Um,
just the fact that we, we'll have one person speaking, on this site, it's 600 units. I mean, this has been roundly supported by, really 99% of our neighbors and people in the city, not including the planning commission, the city council. So, I want to stress that this has been very well vetted already. And we are not the ones that just come in and try to ram something through. We are very integrated with our developments on the very front end. So I want to stress that that's just part of who Robertson is. Yep.
Sorry, Darian Newbecker, COO, Robertson Homes. So as it relates to conversations with the Chinese Christian church, we did have multiple Zoom calls.
I hate to interrupt you, but I have to have you wear the mask because it's still the policy even while you're talking. That might change tonight, though.
Yeah.
It is a final agenda item is to revisit the mask mandate, but
All right, sorry,
that is how it is right now.
my apologies. And the methane, the dump itself was discussed. The fact that there is methane in the dump was discussed. So I want to be clear that, did we give them the exact dimensions of where our methane trench was going to be? No, but it was discussed that there would be a cutoff trench. It was discussed that there is methane obviously in the landfill. And I want to be clear on that because I want to make sure that you don't think that we were discussing buying their land without disclosing that there obviously is a landfill south of their property and there is environmental conditions. So we would be happy to have another discussion with them, but I
would
do
like
want to
for
be
you to
clear
do
about
that.
that. So, okay.
Yeah, I just think you're far enough along that just put everything out on the table and let them make an informed comment, decision, whatever. I just think that's good business. I did also have a question about whether or not there are any drainage related issues that may come from this rather large development of, in my own district, we've got concerns with developers that have come in and not done so good about that and left the homeowners with a mess.
Again, we wouldn't allow that to happen to our reputation. We will obviously meet any of the minimum county standards, which are very onerous, by the way. So in fact, we'll be, improving the situation. We're going to have, you can kind of see west of the clubhouse, it's a very large detention pond. So it will obviously handle a lot of the volume, which now is just kind of flowing through the project. So the ultimate outlet is to the wetlands to the west. But there'll be less impact to the neighbors to the south. And we've actually had conversations with the co-op to the south about that specific thing.
And that drainage area, you are forward thinking, I would hope, because what we're hearing a lot is, well, we weren't prepared for this 100-year storm, and it's so.
Yes. Yeah,
What may have been good 10 years ago is not.
agreed. And
Really
the standards have gotten more onerous in the last 10 years as well, but certainly it'll meet all of the minimum requirements. I can't say if there's a 1,000-year event that there won't be, issues, but obviously this will be far better than what the current existing condition is.
And I think just lastly, I'm just going to make a comment. So when I went through this, your handout, and thank you very much for this, when you look at it and it says multiple entry price points, and I'm writing down what you're talking about, I don't know anybody that for 1,300 square foot, $300,000 is, this is a 3-job sort of situation. So I appreciate the development and the assumption that, this might be affordable for some, but these are price points that would make it very difficult, I think, for many of our residents to be able to afford either home ownership or even rental. I heard what you said about the monthly rental rate. But as a renter myself, I doubt seriously that's going to be your price point when you open the doors.
So, yeah, and I appreciate your concern. And, frankly, I'd love to be, much lower. It's just a function of what it costs to build everything today. It is, especially since COVID, it's in certain areas it's gotten better. Lumber has come down, but other things have ticked up. So just since we even started on this project, we've seen significant challenges with construction costs. So it's a function of what our costs are.
Thank you.
but I understand what you're saying for sure.
All right, Commissioner Somerville.
Thank you. I'll be really quick because I obviously wasn't there for all of these public meetings with the planning commission. And when you all were discussing public benefits, did the issue ever come up of maybe deed restricting the properties so that you can't use them for short-term rentals?
You're talking, so the for sale portion of it,
Mhm.
that never came up. We build a lot of these. I would say maybe I'm inflating it a bit, but in the last 10 years, we've built over 1,000 townhomes. So we have a very good understanding of who the buyers are. And we actually do deed restrict. We have a master deed for the for sale portion. The minimum, I think the minimum rental is a year. It's 9 or 12 months, something like that. So yes, it is already inherent in the condo documents that they can't do anything like that.
Thank you.
Commissioner LeVar.
Thanks, Chair. I appreciate the questions tonight and the thoroughness with which folks have engaged them. Particularly appreciate the perspective Commissioner Robbie brings on this, just given the depth of his experience on it. And I think he highlights some broad philosophical points about brownfields as a development mechanism that are worth bearing, and that candidly in the state of Michigan could and probably should be cleaned up in some way. I reached out to the two city council members who represent Ward 1, just for clarity. On the right side of this picture, there's an existing development, and just past it is a rail line. I live, 1,000 feet further east. That rail line is the division line between Commissioner Scott, the district she represents, and the one I do. And Mr. Garber, who is a constituent of mine, was kind enough to give me I don't know, an hour and a half of his time over a couple days, laying out his concerns. I don't think this is perfect by any stretch of the imagination. I don't think brownfield as a mechanism is perfect. I was given comfort and will vote for it based on the interactions I had with our two city council members, Lisa Dish in particular, and in talking with Nathan. For the brownfield system that we have and the existing partnership that we have with the city and other locals, this is acceptable to me. I'm clear about what I'm voting for, and I don't think it's a world changer, but I do think it's going to be a net good, and so I'll be voting for it. But appreciate the input tonight. Thanks.
Thank you. Do we have anybody else that hasn't spoken yet before we hit round 2? I know Commissioner Robbie has another comment. Round 2, Commissioner Robbie.
Thank you, Chair. I did have a few more questions. The first, though, was a statement kind of in response to something that Nathan said earlier. So Nathan and I have kind of gone back and forth on this issue for over a decade now. So I, of course, appreciate the dialogue, but I just want to make sure to clearly state for the board, I did not get elected to be a rubber stamp. Plain and simple. So when an item is presented before me, I am going to consider the pros and I'm going to consider the cons, and I'm going to vote the way that I believe is in the best interest of the people of our community. And I want to just quickly rewind the clock a little bit to a very frustrating moment as a county commissioner. Was towards the end of my term, my last term in 2016, when I was serving on the Brownfield Redevelopment Authority. And I put forward a proposal to use a portion of our, what was called at the time, local site remediation revolving fund, which each project pays into. That my proposal would basically have said that that every project that received a grant or a low interest loan from the county's fund would be have an affordable component to it. Not fully affordable, but just have an affordable component. And I believe that I whittled that requirement down to just a few units. And the argument was made at the time, hey, we don't have authority, even though we're called an authority, we don't have authority because the city gets to decide everything for us. And, you know, and so we just kind of have to rubber stamp whatever they give us. And I remember at the time being very frustrated by that argument because why have a brownfield authority if we're just going to say whatever the city gives us is what we have to sign off on? I was elected to this role and I do not have to sign off on anything that I'm not comfortable with. And so I just want to be crystal clear about that. And, you know, I understand where Nathan's coming from. I understand the dynamics with the city, but at the end of the day, we have our own mandate, we have our own vote, and that's what we're being presented with. And I just want to be clear about that. Question for the developer. What is the total investment in this project?
Darren, do you know what? I didn't have that slide.
The total investment's gonna be in the range of $200 million.
214 million, sorry. I would have flipped to a clicker, 214 million total. 214 million total investment.
Right. So that's a very significant investment in our community. Of course, we appreciate that. But based on the math that you gave us the opportunity to do, I'm doing it in my head, trying as fast as I can, but that means you're walking away with almost $30 million in profit on this project, which is, again, I mean, we live in capitalism. So, you know, you're making an investment, you know, there's supposed to be an ROI, but you're asking for about $30 million in public money to make this project happen, is my understanding.
I want to be clear, the 14% IRR is not 14% profit margin. We're far less as a percent profit on the total investment. So we are not making anywhere near $30 million. And what we're going to be making on this site is spread out basically on the brownfield over 14 years. So, I mean, is there profit? Absolutely. But
You mean the $30 million? Yes, the brownfield plan is spread out over 30 years. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's reimbursing it. So I guess the point I want to make is when we said it was a 14% return, that's a 14% internal rate of return. That's not a 14% profit margin. I mean, this site is nowhere close to a 14% profit margin, and it's nowhere close to a $30 million net profit. It's not.
Do you have a sense of what it is? Because I can already tell there's questions on this side of the room about it. Just, I can feel it from Commissioner Sanders.
I mean,
Do you have
I'd have to look at, honestly, I've got to pull up the plan and the numbers. It changes because of the size of the investment, the size of the cost difference. But practically speaking, the profit on this site is probably going to be in the range of $20 to $22 million. But we're going to be putting $30 million on the front end in equity. And then we've got to get repaid over 10 to 12 years on the site. So, I mean, we're comfortable with the level of risk, but it is, there's a reason, as Tim said, that this site is still here. It's a very challenging site. And in terms of the non-environmental cost, I think there's been lots of conversations with the city, and we've tried to be a good partner to work with what some of the requests were that are not required, but we agree are good requests to put in a brownfield plan. And so I guess we are trying to be a responsible developer and do things that are probably outside of what are required. There's just an understanding that given extra, putting in a traffic circle offsite on a site that already has $20 million in environmental on the front end, that's got to be done on day one. It's just, I can't emphasize, and I mean, you're going to have to, I'm a developer telling you I have an issue, so I get the dynamics of that, but this is an incredibly challenging site and we're taking an incredible risk. And I mean, I'm personally signing personal on this bank debt. So it's very real to me. I'm prepared to move forward with this risk, but I do want you to understand the challenges. That may not sway your opinion, but I do want you to hear me because I am hearing you.
I guess, there is risk. I understand the risk. You probably understand it better than I do, but these houses will sell. Like, it's Ann Arbor, you're not going to have trouble selling these houses. And so you're going to make your money, and and when I see you in the street, I will feel good that you're making money. But at the end of the day, like, I guess it only accentuates the concern that I have with making sure that we're spending the public's money and that we're trading mental health services and schools and all the other important programming that we do for profits, basically. I mean, and you don't have to respond to this. I'm just now speaking, but I guess that's my fundamental concern here. And if we're going to be doing that, I want to make sure that that every dollar is being spent on something that makes sense. And as I said earlier, you know, I get why we would help you with the environmental remediation side. That makes sense. I get why we would help you with public improvements, the roundabout you just mentioned. That makes sense. I'm happy to vote yes on all of those. And I will say, as a side note, I think, you know, we do need more housing in our community, and it's, you know, what you're providing is more housing stock. That's great. But again, it's, you know, I'm going to zoom out and not make this about you guys anymore because I've been throwing a lot of arrows at you, but you know, in my time of public service, I've seen a lot of hard-earned public money going to the pockets of, you know, individuals. And in this case, it's you. And in this case, it's only $3 million, but I've seen a lot more money go to a lot of people. And I've really gotten burned out, frankly, in seeing that happen. I mean, I pay my taxes, property taxes twice a year, and I get the bill and I pay it every time. I don't get a tax deduction or a subsidy or anything like that. My neighbors do the same thing. Probably everybody at this table does the same thing, you know, and like, I'm kind of sick of it, to be honest with you. Like, you know, at a certain point, it is hard to pay taxes. It's hard to pay taxes, but we need tax revenue to do the important things that we do. And I just don't know that I can, and Nathan, I'm sorry, man, but I just don't know that I can stomach any more of this kind of thing. And so that's kind of where I just draw the line in the sand philosophically, and I'm going to be a no on this project. But thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving me the opportunity to ask some questions. And, you know, sorry I threw so many arrows at you, but appreciate you attempting to answer them.
Is there any chance I could just respond for 20 seconds?
Hey, if you'd like to, go ahead.
Sorry, and I acknowledge I'm probably not going to change your vote. I just want to maybe respond to a couple of things you said. You know, we asked for non-environmental solely to the extent of some additional benefits we were providing to the city that wasn't originally in the plan and wasn't required. But we tried to work with the city and work with the neighborhood on what they desired. I mean, on this site alone, the other non-environmental components that would be eligible in the core committee that we're not requesting. I mean, you're in a range of $30 or $40 million in roads, water, and sewer that we're not requesting. We're not requesting the east, west, north, south public road. We are not trying to, we're not trying to scoop up all the tax dollars we're creating with this site. I mean, this site has been vacant for a long period of time because it's incredibly challenging. We're trying to bring it forward, make an investment, take an incredible amount of risk. And I just hope that you understand that we were not looking at this site of trying to scoop up everything that was qualifiable. So I just, that was my speech.
You want to respond to that?
Just briefly, thank you for responding. I mean, the two things I would say is, first of all, I think a lot of the add-ons that the city is asking you to do are going to be marketable add-ons, things that you can actually sell these units for more. People are going to want to live in a unit that has a solar panel on it. They're going to want to live in a unit, especially if you can market it as, hey, we're green, we're not using gas, like we're reducing our carbon emissions. You want to live in a unit like that. You can sell these units for more as a result of what they're asking you to do. You know, so I guess there's that. And I just kind of wanted to, you know, put that in the universe as well.
It's in the universe now. Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Chair. This may surprise my colleague next to me, but tonight on this initial vote in the single reading, I'm prepared to vote yes. But by the second reading, I would like to have you as the builder and developer reconsider what you have in your plan with that $2.5 million. Understanding some of the questions and concerns that you've heard from people at this table tonight, particularly that you're using taxpayer dollars. We are keenly aware at this table of what $2.5 million means in this community. Doesn't mean that 2.5 million might not go to another builder for another brownfield thing, but it's all taxpayer money. And at the same time, we're hearing and getting a lot of emails from people about creating affordable housing and addressing the homelessness crisis and having community health workers, people in our community who are food insecure. $2.5 million means a lot to some of these smaller agencies. And I'm not saying it doesn't mean a lot to you too, but it probably means less to you than somebody who's making $40,000 a year. So tonight I'm prepared to vote yes, but when it comes back to us for a final reading, I would like to see a reconsideration in that budget of that $2.5 million that Mr. Garber has called out in particular before I would prepare to go forward on a final. Thanks.
Commissioner Sanders.
I'm not gonna say which way I'm prepared to vote tonight, but first I want to say thank you for, being here and being prepared to take the grilling, but this is a sandwich. But, I just have to say this because had some issues with sort of corporate partners lately in that they play this sort of corporate pity party thing, and it just isn't a good look. Like, you all have been doing this for decades and you know what you're doing. You had a good idea when you even attempted to bid on this opportunity. So I just want to say that because I think it can be seen as disingenuous to our constituents and our residents, that for some reason, maybe we should feel bad for the poor, rich developers. You are here because you know what you're doing. And I don't think you bit off more than you could chew. You knew what you were doing and you've got the partners. You've got SME here. I mean, the brownfield support. And we just, as commissioners want to make sure that you are not our primary focus. Our constituents are our primary focus. And I don't mean to be disrespectful, but if it's not you, it would be somebody else. And you know that. So I guess I just want to say to you that the rhetoric of, but we're suffering. Yep. Not the same way some of our homeless and home insecure are that pack this room on a regular basis because they feel as though they are not getting the support. And so, I just want to say that to you publicly. Like, I feel like I need you to find some different language and a different approach when you're being grilled about something like this, where we are responsible for explaining to the taxpayers why we've made decisions and acting on behalf of them. So I told you it was a sandwich. Thank you. And okay.
Commissioner Sanders, some of those comments, for those wondering, also are directed at a company that starts with D as well. Probably figure out which one that is. All right, anybody else? All right, well, I want to thank you for answering so many questions over such a long period of time. I don't think you expected that it was gonna, a lot of enthusiasm around brownfields here. I'd say it really helped me to see this develop since I'm on Brownfield Authority, and then to have conversations with Nathan around the work, our role here. I certainly understand the concerns around the table. We're gonna get ready to vote and see if this makes it through the first reading, and this is a voice vote, but you want to do a roll call? Being told we should do a roll call vote just because of the varied interest. Roll call vote. Yeah, do it.
Okay. Commissioner White?
No.
Commissioner Machewski?
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie? No. Commissioner Sanders?
No.
Commissioner Scott?
Yes.
Commissioner Somerville?
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman?
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge?
Yes.
And Commissioner Labar?
All right, that passed. So join us on May 3rd for another public hearing and further conversation on this.
I know you can't wait.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Appreciate it.
Okay, so we have all the other items for first reading. Is there any further discussion on that, or do people feel like we need a recess? You feel like you need a recess? Well, yeah, okay, people, sorry, Commissioner Light,
You wanted a break?
well, I was gonna say without objection, we go into recess, but there's clearly objection, so we will continue. Other items for first reading. Any other discussion on those? Seeing none. Yep, any other items to discuss from first reading? All right, ask the question.
It's
Commissioner Robbie.
Thank you. I just had a question on item E. I plan to vote for it, but I just was wondering, this is what is this locking us into? Is this, does this have any language in it around the operator of the rec center, or is this just money for the county can use in whatever direction we end up going?
Good evening. This is us accepting the funding coming from the feds, from HUD, to support this project in whatever way we see fit. This will likely be used for soft costs, meaning planning, engineering, and architecture.
This is the same 3 million that we've talked about
Yes,
that Congresswoman
it's
Dingell was
the
able to
same
get for
3
the earmark was. Now we're just formally accepting the $3 million.
Yes. It allows us to give the administrator the authority to sign the grant agreement and to submit the necessary documents for us to accept the funding.
Okay, thank you. But it's not locking us into who's operating the
No.
facility? Okay, thank you.
No, not at all.
Any other questions? I think we can take a voice vote on this one. Is a good vibe? All right, so all in favor of the remaining first reading resolutions, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Here none. Okay, we have made it through the first reading items. Anybody like to move the final reading, single reading, and claims while we're at it?
I got.
Commissioner Scott.
Final readings, 2A, a resolution to authorize the expansion of services of the Solid Waste Division to staff an additional home toxic center, add a position and authorize the administrator to execute the contract with Arbor Hills Landfill. 2B, a resolution directing the Board of Public Works to undertake a lake improvement project for Silver Lake in the townships of Dexter and Washtenaw County and Putnam and Livingston County. 2C, a resolution approving the agreement with POAM, Washtenaw County and the Washtenaw County Sheriff's Office for the wage reopener 2023 to 2025. I almost read the bullet points. D, a resolution modifying the Washtenaw County Rescue Plan, American Rescue Plan Act investment for Washtenaw County Health Department. E, a resolution authorizing the county administrator to sign a letter of intent to collaborate and sign a service contract to provide certain animal control services with the Humane Society of Huron Valley for the period of May to December 2023. Single reading. 3A, a resolution to ratify and fund service contracts with Avalon Housing, Ozone House, Food Gatherers, Jewish Family Services, Faith in Action, Manchester Community Resource Center, and the Washtenaw Health Plan, as were proposed in the 2022 Human Services Transition Program proposal ratifying service contracts for the period of January 1, 2023 through December 31st, 2024 with the following human service agencies and amounts. I'm not going to read those. I don't think I need.
You don't need to read them.
Okay, thank you. A resolution approving the 2023 Washtenaw County Equalization Report. C, a resolution amending the Board of Commissioners annual calendar of meetings. Oh, I didn't see that one. D, a resolution recognizing the 50th anniversary of the Eastern Michigan University Gospel Choir. E, a proclamation recognizing May 2023 as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, May 15th through May 21st as Taiwanese American Heritage Week, and celebrating the 21st anniversary of the Michigan Taiwanese American Organization. F, a resolution to recognize April as Child Abuse Prevention Month. G, a resolution celebrating the 200th anniversary of the city of Ypsilanti. H, a resolution recognizing April as Arab American Heritage Month. I, a supplemental to recognize April 28th as Workers' Memorial Day. And 4, approval of claims.
Is there a second? All right. So before we get into it, I'm going to say I'm ready to keep going, but there's a lot of stuff in here that's going to result in some significant discussion and presentation. So this last chance for a break before we start getting it. Oh, you can take a break individually. I suppose that's fair. Oh, okay. Commissioner Barney had a hand up. No, okay. Take a break individually if you'd like. Would anybody like to pull any of these for separate consideration? Yeah, Commissioner Sanders, go ahead. All right. Any others from you? Nope. Commissioner Robbie? That was, I thought so. Anybody else? Any other ones? Seeing none. Okay. All right. Well, let's get going. Humane Society time. I know we have guests for that one. I believe we are joined by the team from the Humane Society who is willing to answer and interested in answering some of our questions. Hello, Scott. How are you?
Great. How are you doing, Chairman Hodge?
Are so good. Do you have a presentation for us, or you just want to take questions?
I'll be happy to take questions today. Maybe just start off, with taking some questions, but I can also have a statement as well.
All right. Well, tell us a little bit about yourself, Scott. So you're the treasurer.
Sure. I'm the treasurer of the Humane Society, and I just want to thank you, Chairman Hodge, and good evening to the County Board of Commissioners. I've been with the Humane Society and on the board for I think since 2012. Been involved with over the last 3 contract negotiations, and I appreciate you inviting us this evening to answer your questions and discuss how the county contracting with the Humane Society contributes to the well-being of both animals and humans in our community. I think some of the questions that I heard, and I did listen to the last meeting, would like to address the concerns regarding rising animal control costs. And for sure, it's true that even minimum mandated animal control services can be expensive. And it's very understandable that the board would want to allocate resources towards human care. However, supporting the work of Humane Society is actually an effective way to free up county resources to allow for a greater focus on human needs. I know our organization has been efficient, is incredibly efficient with a strong track record of success. That we've had 4-star charity recognition for the last 11 years in a row. Recently we've taken over 6,000 animals, have over 97% of those animals were adopted and reunited with the owners. And that level of success is due to the expertise of the animal welfare, which is supported by a highly trained staff and volunteers. And, through generous community donations, the Humane Society also provides a range of services beyond animal control, offering affordable spay and neuter services, as well as behavior and training programs. And these programs help prevent future animal control issues and reduce the burden overall for the county resources. And perhaps, most importantly, we're an effective partner in addressing public safety concerns related to animals. They work closely with the county's animal control officers and provide expertise in investigating over 400 animal abuse and neglected cases per year. And this, again, takes some of this responsibility and allows county resources to be more focused on other public safety issues. So in summary, the Humane Society is an efficient, effective, and we're a nationally recognized expert organization that contributes to the well-being of animals and humans in our community. And by supporting the work, the county can free up resources, which allows for greater focus on human needs. And just want to thank you for your attention and look forward to answering any questions that you have.
Thank you, Scott. And I see Jonathan, you're here too. You are the CFO, it appears. Would you like to say anything?
Just a quick introduction. My name's John Trevathan. I've been with the Humane Society just a bit over 9 years now, and I'm looking forward to doing our best to answer your questions tonight.
Thank you. So as you both know clearly from our last meeting, you're going to have probably some challenging questions and possibly a significant number of questions. I think we should just get right into it. I'd start us off by saying that I think we find ourselves in a really challenging position with this contract because as one of our mandates by the state, we have to provide animal control services. What we're looking at right now is a contract that extends us through the rest of the calendar year. I would say that moving that forward doesn't preclude us from looking at other options in the future, and we likely will have to explore all of our options into the future. But one thing that I would be really concerned about is if we were to not pass this, what would we do related to our state mandate? What position would we be in? It would be a pretty bad position. We'd be out of compliance. So that's not something that I'm interested in. I'm very concerned about what we would do there. And I know that there are a lot of concerns about the contract. I have concerns about it too. But I'm also very concerned about making sure that we're in a position to continue serving our residents and abiding by state law. All right, who wants to go first? She pointed to you, so go ahead. I mean, I thought she was going to take it. She pulled it. Are you sure, Commissioner Sanders, you did pull it? All right, well, go ahead and go first, Commissioner Robbie. Try to.
All right, let's do it. Sounds good. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Sanders. So thank you both for being here today virtually. So yes, I do have a few questions for you. And actually, I do have some questions that are maybe broader that Andrew or some others could answer too. But in the contract that's being presented, we were given some data, facts and figures about the cost of providing, some of these services. And you did mention, Scott, the piece about mandated services. Now, of course, this contract goes far beyond just mandated services into a number of different areas that are non-mandated. And so I guess I'm trying to understand why that is, and really what your rationale is for insisting on the county funding mission of the Humane Society above and beyond what is legally required for the county to do.
Sure. So, again, first and foremost, want to thank Michelle and Andrew. We've had some really good discussions over the last few months. And through those processes, we've actually removed quite a few services to actually reduce the cost. So again, in partnering with them and the county and understanding their, requests to only do mandated services, we've really narrowed down the focus of this. As Michelle mentioned on the last call, they did include cats, which again is above and beyond the mandate, but that's something that has been included in previous contracts and something that Andrew and Michelle wanted to keep in to the contract. So again, just the services are again meeting just the minimum requirements. We go above and beyond, and that's not included in here. So wildlife animals and other types of services are not included in this contract, nor is TNR or other types of services that the county has supported in the past.
My understanding is that the cost differential between the mandated and non-mandated services that are being proposed. I mean, so I guess there's a few things. First, we have to sort of acknowledge that the cost per animal service unit, or however you've described it, we have to first start with a common assumption that the cost per animal service unit that you've provided is accurate. And I guess I have some questions on that end to try to understand, to make sure that it is in fact accurate, what you're presenting in terms of that cost per animal service unit. So that's the first side of it. But then the second side of it is, once we've established a common understanding of what that cost is, then the question becomes, okay, what services do we want to provide? Do we want to provide mandated, or do we want to provide mandated and non-mandated? And I just don't think that we've really had that discussion as a board. And I think we need to, is really what it comes down to. And I mean, what we're being, I kind of feel like what we're being presented with is sort of there's no good analogy that doesn't involve, language that is kind of dated, but I feel like we're not given very many easy options to actually make the decision that is right for the county. That I feel like we've gotten to this point, and what we're being presented with is sort of like, either you do this or that's it, right? And I just don't think that that's a fair position to put either of our organizations in. And so I guess what the second part of my question that I was getting at was, okay, if let's assume that your numbers on the animal service unit side are correct, which again, I want to have a conversation about, what is the cost of providing the non-mandated services that you have in this contract versus the mandated services? And when I say mandated services, I mean, the enforcing the dog law of 1919, housing animals that are in abuse and neglect, and animals that are in court. And so what is the cost of providing those services based on the numbers that you've provided versus the cost of housing and the spay neuter program for cats, housing cats, all the cat related services that you've included in this? What's the cost differential there?
Yeah, so there's a lot to unpack there, so we'll try to do that, and I may need John to step in. So again, we're only looking at the mandated services. As I mentioned, we did actually remove through the negotiations the TNR and other services that you may have mentioned. So again, wildlife is not included, TNR is not included. This is just animals and cats that the animal controls are bringing in, and so forth. So again, we narrowed down the focus, and that's also where our costs are shown there as well, and that was included in your packet. So it's actually just based on a percentage. As you know, that animals that are coming into the organization have behavioral issues, medical issues, over half of the animals that come in are staying longer for a variety of different reasons. We're actually receiving in more and more animals since the people are returning to work from the pandemic. So again, we're just getting flooded with animals, and they are staying at our shelter longer. We obviously are putting in some provisions, and that's part of the letter of intent to try to, again, partner with the county and try to reduce those costs as we go forward. And so this is really building off, and I know you were involved in the past. The 2012, we had the commission where we worked together to come up with and identify some areas that we could mutually work together to try to reduce those areas and those costs. I think, one of the things that maybe to put in perspective is, the cost that, we're looking at today, and again, based on reducing it, doesn't even actually cover our costs. So we're actually losing money by providing these services to the county, and we have been for multiple years. We are continuing to do that this year. And as we had negotiated over the last, 10 years, we were trying to get back to just break even. If you look at the services that we provide and the number of animals that we provide, and we compare those to other counties, Oakland County, their building was over 15 million, and they have an annual budget of 5 million just for the services. Genesee County is, again, they actually, all these organizations actually do less animals than we do. Genesee County is around 2.5 million. And then Ingham County is around 2.8 and so forth. And again, they're doing maybe a half as many animals as we are servicing for the county. So in terms of the low cost provider, we are the low cost of any of the counties in our surrounding area. And again, that's also recognized in terms of our efficiency and effectiveness. Again, just going back to in terms of the efficiency, over 78% of the money that we receive in, not only from the county, but from our donors as well, goes directly to supporting our core initiatives in our mission. So again, we do get audited by Plant Moran and others. We are very, very efficient and want to make sure that, again, we're a good partner with the county to provide the lowest costs. During negotiations, we did provide this information and to Andrew and Michelle. And we also looked at other options for them. Our organization is not mandated to do this. We are a provider of that. And we believe we are providing the lowest cost of anybody for our level of service and size of organization than anybody in the state.
Does Jonathan want to respond to my question too? Or, I mean, because basically, Pat, I appreciate what you said. I will just say though, I don't believe that you answered my question unless what you're asserting is that the contract as it's presented to us is 100% mandated services, which I don't believe is correct. So
I'll jump in on that. I think there's not the same understanding of mandated services. So I think when you're asking what is mandated, you're asking what is mandated by the 1919 law. I think they're interpreting mandated services something different.
Yeah, we're interpreting what the county has presented to us as what they want for services. And again, we remove those. They did want us to include, and again, we would also support to include cats. We've done that in the past. And we also know that if we fail to do that, then it becomes a human problem because of the diseases and other things that we get contacted by. So again, that's something that I'm sure the folks that live in Washtenaw County want to address cats as they can populate, especially this time of the year. And so again, that's something that is currently included in the contract, although it's not mandated in the previous law.
Right. So when Commissioner Robbie mentions mandated services, he's not saying anything related to cats. There's nothing cat mandated. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
That in mind, go ahead, Esther.
but the cats are included in the contract that's before us.
Correct.
Okay, and so what is the cost difference between, I'm not asking what the county presented, which that opens up another can of worms for me. I want to understand, like, what did the county present in terms of our ask for Because that's not something that was shared with me, I guess, but.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and good evening, Scott and John. This is Andrew. So thank you, Chair. Thank you, Board. So on that, I would describe it somewhat differently than Mr. Tatro would, but I would say, I think our interest going into this was certainly very concerned with the costs and very concerned with both the mandate, the legal mandate of the county, and then the additional services beyond the legal mandate of the county. CATS being one. I think another important one would be the language in the contract in terms of the county's role as a lead agency, whereas we negotiate with Humane Society on behalf of the other entities inside of the county. That's certainly not a requirement of the county to do that, but that's something that the county through past negotiations has taken up voluntarily. So I think the difference in positions that was described by the chair and that was described by Scott has been evident throughout this discussion. And there is a fundamental disagreement in terms of how to shape this relationship. I think we have put together the item before you to do the best that we can, given the very challenging constraints around this. I will certainly acknowledge that this is challenging. I think many of you have been through several rounds of this. This is not the first time that there's been a discussion of this type. And I think it's because it's an important service and because we have a great service provider, but a single service provider. And it's always a challenging thing for the county to talk about the expectations and the cost of meeting those expectations. That's been my assessment. So I think in terms of the specifics here, we did talk about cats, we talked about dogs, we talked about different types of dogs, and we talked about stay inside the shelter beyond the mandated holding period. Those were all things that were discussed and things where I think we were not able to get a full resolution on that. And nodding up there, and I think we have presented a negotiating framework, and we have presented the letter of intent to collaborate as an avenue for us to continue to negotiate that with the Humane Society. I certainly, again, one guy's opinion here, agree that there's more to talk about here. And certainly we need more direction from the board in terms of the level of service that you all want to see through this contract. I think we have tried through this agreement, given those constraints, to maintain the service and to do it as being as good of stewards of county taxpayer dollars as we could. But again, I think we have spent a lot of time going through the costs that were provided to us by John and Scott. And I think we don't argue about the amounts that have been presented, but what we argue about is who owns those costs and which of those costs are mandated and which are not. And I think Scott's comment in terms of their voluntarily being the service provider to the county is something that is true, right? And that they don't have to do this service for the county. They have, but that gives them, and I think through the course of our discussions, there were several times where we were left with language saying that certain contract arrangements were something that the Humane Society would not be willing to accept. And so that is where, again, we have tried to frame this as with an avenue to continue talking about those items, given the long history of partnership between the county and between HSHV. Personally, I have not, over my 8 years with the county, ever heard concerns in terms of the quality of service that's been provided. And I think, it just, so I think that's been there. And
What's the total dollar amount of the contract again?
The proposal for this year would be $1.3 million for the entire.
So just to be clear, Andrew, I mean, I love you.
Yeah, please. I'm sorry if I was.
But I mean, they're volunteering to do this for $1.3 million. That, I mean, there's a little bit of a discrepancy there. So we are paying for these services.
Certainly.
And I just want to be clear about that. So I don't want to belabor this point. I guess in summary, the bottom line is what we are being presented with is a proposal to pay for many services above and beyond what is mandated of us as a county. And the services that we are paying for include many services that are within the scope and mission of the Humane Society as a nonprofit organization. And Scott, you mentioned early on in your presentation, the Charity Navigator star rating. I think that's great. And, I know that multiple thousands of dollars of my own money are at some point were written over to the Humane Society in checks, mostly for veterinary bills for my cat. And so, you do good work. I don't dispute that you're doing good work, and you have a charity mission that you are, undertaking and people contribute their financial resources, whether in adoption fees or in, at the veterinary clinic or in individual contributions. I know that I've dropped off cat food at your, cat drop box, to try to, support what your organization does. But I did all that as a private citizen. And what we're talking about here is taxpayer dollars. And it is my, it is my continued opinion that we should be paying for what is mandated as the county to provide in terms of services. And what you're doing is great, and you should continue to do it. But if we have to choose between helping the Humane Society to fulfill its mission as a nonprofit and housing people in our community that are homeless, there's no scenario in which I'm going to vote for, not vote to keep the money and use it for, those that are humans that are without homes in our community right now. And just want to underscore a quick point, which is I am a very proud and aggressive cat person. And my cat is the love of my life, and she is amazing. And I introduced, when I was a state rep, I introduced the cat declawing bill, which I know comes with mixed reaction from folks in the Humane Society world, not just here on Valley, but in other humane societies as well. But my bill would have banned the practice of cat declawing. I care about our feline friends very much. I would say though that I got my cat from a woodlot. She was living under a car, and I took her in to my home, and she's marvelous. Cats can survive in nature. Cats are animals that can live, even on a cold day, they can survive. Humans are not, able to survive in inclement weather. And so if I have to choose between housing cats and housing humans, I'm going to choose housing humans, even though I'm a rabid cat person. Well, not rabid, but I am I am an adamant cat person. And want to, obviously as a private citizen, help what you're doing and your bottom line and your mission. So I guess that's kind of where I'm drawing my line as, looking at these public dollars and how we're going to be spending them. At the end of the day, we have other priorities as a county that I think are very important and where we should be spending our resources. The last note that I'll make before I, stop talking is, a lot of this boils down to ordinances that local communities have as well, because I know some local communities do have ordinances that regulate other animals, and those communities should be paying for the services that you are providing as the Humane Society. I have no qualms with that. The county has taken that on. We took it on 10 years ago to go out and negotiate with all the local communities to do it. It used to be that we just paid one fee and that was it. And the city of Ann Arbor collected its dog license fees and they put it in their general fund and we never saw that money. And we decided, okay, we're going to go out, we're going to pitch this to the local communities and try to collect more revenue so that we can, help. But the county took that responsibility on and not everybody's paying. And so that's a problem and something that frankly, in my opinion, again, the county should be paying for what is legally mandated for the county to pay for. And the city should pay for what it's mandated to pay for. And every other community should pay for what it's has to pay for because they have their own ordinances. And frankly, the Humane Society shouldn't provide services to the townships or communities or cities that aren't paying you for the services that you're providing to them. I would fully support you taking that position. But at the end of the day, these are taxpayer dollars and there are people who are homeless and hungry in our communities. And I can't in good conscience support this tonight with that in mind. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. Commissioner Sanders had a hand, I believe.
So I had a couple of questions. I don't know what you're referring to when you say TNR. I'm gonna run through it and then so that might save some time. I'm curious as to whether or not you have a mortgage on your building. Who owns that building?
Yeah,
How-
so we own that building. Yeah, so we paid off all of our loans. And then the land is a 65-year sort of lease through Matei Botanical, and which is actually the University of Michigan. I think it's $8,000 a year. Correct me if I'm wrong, John.
That's correct.
I would also like to know what was removed, not, you don't have to tell us tonight. That's sort of question for you and Andrew and whoever else is on the sort of negotiating team. I'd like to know who ultimately pays for or is responsible for trying to collect any sort of court-ordered animal control. So if I own an animal and I come before a court and you take that animal, you're housing that animal, at some point, do you try and you and or the courts and or the county try and get money back from me for the care of that animal? You mentioned 70%, so I'm wondering what happens to the other 30%, because I actually started collecting all of the mailers that you send out for fundraising, and it could fill a landfill. I mean, I get no less than probably 3 or 4 pieces a month. And so I'm very curious about, your finances as it relates to that money that you're raising and how that affects, because you're saying that we're basically underpaying you. And then I think probably my final question for you is I'm curious to know how many employees do you have? How many of them actually reside in Washtenaw County? And what would be the effect on those employees if we did not continue this contract? And are we your only corporate customer? Do you have other customers other than Washtenaw County that are paying you for your services? And I'm not talking about residents walking in for services. I think I'm done.
Okay, and you want us to respond tonight, or would you like us to respond outside of this meeting?
You can provide it to us outside,
Well, you might want to respond to what you can respond to, since we're voting on this for final reading today. So
Okay.
I would wonder if the answers might impact anybody's vote. So I would say respond to the best of your ability.
Sure. No, and thank you, Commissioner Sanders, for all those questions, very insightful. And I definitely want to let you know that TNR stands for trap, neuter, and return. So this is where they have feral cats that are brought into us, and we'll neuter them and return them back to their colonies. And if you are able to basically affect that whole colony, then they don't repopulate, and eventually they sort of phase out. And so that's been a known way of being able to address the issue out in the communities. In terms of the amount that we received through court orders, last year was around 23,000. So unfortunately, as cases go to courts and for the amount of money that it costs to house those animals during those court dates and so forth, really doesn't cover the cost, but that money is identified. And again, it's laid out in terms of sort of reimbursement back into the contract and the fees. Same thing with dog licenses and so forth. And I'd agree with Commissioner Robbie that more work needs to be done in this area to help offset the costs, and whether it be an individual or the community, if you're abusing animals and it costs the county money, then there should be some sort of repayment for sure. And that's actually one of the areas of focus. If we start looking at our letter of intent, there's a number of items to try to get more payment back to the county. And again, we're fully supportive of that, so that one, we can pay for those services, and then also try to reduce those overall costs in the future. I know one of the big ones that Andrew had brought up on the last call was just working with the attorneys for those animals that are in court cases and how long they have to stay there. And I know that's moving forward. So definitely appreciate all the hard work that's already been put into that already. Just in terms of employees, I'll have to leave that to John to respond on the number of employees that we currently have or reside in Washtenaw County. But I also know that in terms of the corporate accounts, this is the only major corporate account. To put in perspective, in terms of revenue, the county is around 10% of the revenue, but about 30% of the costs. So again, just very, very high cost for these services. And again, all the other things that we do are mission critical, and we get that through various partnerships with donations from other companies, our generous volunteers. Especially we have a huge volunteer base. And to that end, we have around equivalent of around, I think, 38 full-time employees. They volunteered over 80,000 hours of volunteer service hours, our organization. So we're very, very proud of that. So a majority of our funding comes from outside the county. Like I said, only 10% comes from the county, but the county occurs over 30% of our costs. And John, could you speak to just the number of employees and again, in terms of any data you have on residents in the actual county?
Yeah, I cannot tell you how many of our employees reside in Washtenaw County, but I can say that we have about 103 FTEs, which is, that translates to about 110 to 120 human beings when you include the part-time people. But yeah, I know that obviously they are not all residents of Washtenaw County, but I think the vast majority are.
Commissioner Sanders, you got a follow up, and I know you
Now,
also.
just a quick follow-up. I'm interested in knowing what is your fund balance, and just a comment. We may only be 10% of your revenue, but you cannot exclude the fact that our taxpayers are also providing money to you through your fundraising efforts. So many of our taxpayers are paying twice.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. We fully acknowledge and really appreciate all the folks that are donating to us. It takes a village to address the issues that we have in our county. And I know, I definitely want to address one of the concerns that Commissioner Robbie has is sort of an either or. I'm hoping that, and again, I think others are as well, that we don't have to choose between one or the other. Hopefully by partnering with a humane society, that actually frees up the county to focus on other areas, especially in human care. And again, we're the low cost provider in terms of humane. And so I think that's a win-win situation. And again, we'd be happy to continue this services that we provide at the lowest cost. And again, there are other options that are out there at higher cost for the county to explore. And we've brought those up and provided some of that data to others.
So the fund balance, and then I'm done.
The fund balance, I'm not exactly sure. Maybe John, you can respond to that. I'm not
Yeah,
sure
could you elaborate on? That's not a term that we use internally.
What kind of cush do you have?
Let's see.
Well, last year we had a net operating loss of 1.8 million.
Say that again.
I think right, John, we had a net operating loss of 1.8 million.
That's accurate. Yep.
You said a net operating loss.
Correct.
Okay.
We were losing money. We're a nonprofit. We actually lose money.
So if I'm sitting on your board, I'm not happy with you right now, right?
And that's one of the things that as a board, we're trying to address, that we, again, provide services that we can break even and continue our mission to go forward. So yes, so at minus 1.8 million, a part of that has to do with some certain investments, as we all experienced in our 401ks and so forth, but yes, some of our investments. But again, we also have the wonderful volunteers that provide additional funds. We have bequests and other things that, unfortunately, those occurrences occur, but through those bequests, we're able to continue on our mission. So that's how we're able to basically stay afloat.
Commissioner Sanders, you asked a question earlier about the building. I think it got lost in the mix. Why don't you ask it again?
So I was asking you about the building because I was under the impression that the county played a major role in the land and the building of the space that you are currently in. I may or may not be correct, but I was under the understanding that basically either bonded or provided you with the ability to have that space. And I was a little irritated because I was trying to figure out who makes a deal like that? Like who gives somebody a
Yeah.
whole building
Yeah.
and they get to keep it, even though they may not be servicing us anymore? So if I'm wrong, please correct me for the sake of our residents.
No, I appreciate that comment. It's definitely a fair comment. So going back through the history, and John, correct me if I'm wrong, but again, the Humane Society, you know, we've been around since I think 1896, over 125 years. We definitely had the need to be building new facilities. We were already in the process of looking at new facilities when the county came to us, and they were looking at building their own facility as well. And I believe through those negotiations back in the early 2000s, there was an agreement that we sort of partnered together. The Humane Society would have went in a completely different direction if the county hadn't come to us. So again, we built part of our facilities based on the direction that the county wanted us to go. The county did put in $1 million. The Humane Society raised over $7 million of their own money. To help support that, the county did put out a bond and really appreciate them doing that. And then we paid back that bond. So again, through that payment, we now own our own building. But again, we still have, in terms of a land lease, for about 65 years, paying around $8,000 to the University of Michigan. So John, correct me if I'm wrong in any of those statements.
Yeah, I think you got it all right. There was $1 million donation and they did help with financing, and I think that's accurate.
All right, Commissioner Somerville and then Commissioner Labar.
Thank you. This question's mostly for staff. I voted no on this last time because I wanted some more information, and I think I gathered enough information in between our last meeting and now. Essentially, I think what I've come to conclude is that we would actually spend more county resources, which would actually take away from our desire to improve human services if we needed to do this on our own. Is that like an accurate understanding?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner. So I think we don't know that right now. Scott and John did provide several other examples of other counties, and certainly we verified those in terms of county-run shelters, both in terms of construction costs and operating costs, and they are significant. You know, and I think what you heard of the development earlier in terms of construction costs, those would apply to any county building as well. Our expectation over the summer would be to do more complete cost analyses of those types of opportunities with different models. Certainly, I think it's likely that it would be more expensive, but I can't tell you exactly how much more expensive it would be.
Okay, thank you. I guess I'll just for the record, I am going to support this because I feel like I have enough information. The last meeting, I didn't feel like I did. And I love cats. I have 3 cats of my own. They're all adopted. But I live in an area where we have some significant cat colonies that local businesses take care of, and they utilize the services at the Humane Society. And I think like the key word humane, if we decided to do something else, I think about the treatment that might be part of that. And I have concerns about going in a different direction. So I just wanted to share that. I've had some time to dig in deeper, and I do think that my biggest priority as a commissioner is housing and homelessness for humans. And I think that when you think about like $500,000, when we have all these other issues going on, it can seem like we're picking between one and the other. But based on, I think, what I've gathered, it might actually put us in a worse position when we try to improve human services if we don't continue with this partnership. So I will be supporting, and I appreciate all the work that our staff has done, as well as Commissioner Labar spent a lot of time explaining various aspects of this in between our last meeting. So just wanted to thank everyone and just share that I love cats too, and I also love people. So probably like cats more than people, but happy to support this.
All right, I get Administrator Dill in before I go to Commissioner Labar.
Yeah, Commissioners, I just wanted to lean in and say the analysis around this item continues, and we expect to continue our work through the summer months and bring back, like we do with any issue of this type, a continuum of options. So I just want to make sure that we don't leave this discussion today without a clear understanding that we owe you guys an update on this project, and we will provide that information later this summer.
Nice. Commissioner LeBar.
Thanks, Chair. I will try and be brief. Commissioner Somerville, if I was useful in all of this, thank you. I don't doubt for a moment any one of the 8 other commissioners here at this table in terms of the motivations that brought you here, the values you possess and advocate for. And I think across the board, all 9 of us would choose to spend a limited dollar on a human service before an animal service. But it certainly doesn't mean that animal services aren't important and aren't sort of a core component of what it means to live in a community rather than something else. I think we would find if we dig deep that the gap between what the state mandates and what we provide is sort of decency and dignity. Decency in terms of how we treat animals in our community and how we treat people's ability to access them. And dignity in that we can say legitimately to any constituents that we provide an efficient, effective, high level of service because we think it reflects the values that the voters that brought us here, hold dear. I encourage this discussion, if we choose to have it, about what should we provide, what level of service. I would just say, I think that will compete with intellectual attention in terms of many of the discussions we're going to have in depth about human services. And those will not be discussions that won't have candidly some level of emotional trauma just because of the nature of what we're talking about. But I think if we look at that and we look at peer counties like Ingham, if we look at other nonprofit providers, we will come back to the Humane Society of Huron Valley and we'll say, this is a good and useful deal. This contract, though, that we have tonight will just get us through the end of the year. And so I think if we approve it tonight, we'll have time to do that. And I don't relish that opportunity to dig back in on this issue. But if it's the will of the board, certainly we'll go there. But I appreciate the work that staff has put into this. And Andrew, I would guess that some of your hesitation in answering the question that just came from Commissioner Somerville is that until you know exactly what we want to provide, you can't tell us exactly what it might cost because, you know, it's an unknown. I do feel safe in vouching that if we wanted to provide the same level of service as what we get now internally, I don't see a way where we could do that without spending more than what we're spending aggregate right now. So I'll wrap up my comments. I'm not a cat person. I have 2 dogs. And honestly, I'll isolate myself, but I believe in the inherent greatness of dogs, but whatever. I will vote for it, and I appreciate the thoughtfulness that's been shared at this table. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Beeman.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you to our guests for being here from the Humane Society. For full disclosure, I'm a cat and dog person, and my cat is from the Humane Society of Huron Valley. I'm going to come at this from a slightly different perspective because I'm a rural county commissioner. So for me, this is where that area tends to blend because I'm part of the food system, right? And our farms are part of the food system, and understanding how we control things like cat populations in rural areas is very different because it impacts our food system. And not only that, but the other resources that the Humane Society provides in terms of outside of what they do for us, but in terms of wildlife and things of that nature are things that also impact my district. I'm also just going to kind of come at this from a different point, which is this isn't new. And this isn't a Washtenaw County problem. If you just do a simple Google search right now, counties across the country are trying to figure out this problem in terms of animal control and the rising costs, just like everything that's hurting our pockets right now. I'm sure you're seeing rising costs at the Humane Society in terms of your electricity and your heat and the feeding the dogs and the cats and hiring vets. You know, all of those things are increasing. And so that's impacting your bottom line, the way it's impacting the bottom lines of all businesses across this nation. I actually just pulled up an article from Dixon County, Tennessee, where they're looking at using inmate labor to care for the animals because they are having such problems. So I am thankful for the Humane Society. I think that this investment is a good investment. And as others have said, I don't see this as an either or. We're doing this. We're not housing animals to take away money from housing humans. We're housing animals with a reputable organization so that we can better use our other resources to house and feed and create jobs and all of those things for our residents in this county. So thank you so much for being here.
Commissioner Light.
I just had a couple comments and then questions. I believe you said by increasing the cost, it would free up funding elsewhere. If you could just get back to kind of let me know how that, like how it would free up further funding for the county by increasing your costs. And then I wanted to know, is the reason for the ask of the increase so that it will take care of your, I believe you said 1.8 million loss? Is that why you asked for the increase to make up for that loss? And then, you know, and I appreciate the services, and I don't want to ruin relationships or friendships and partnerships because we are in need of the Humane Society. So by no ways am I coming forth trying to diminish or demote the services that you provide for our county because they are outstanding. And it is very appreciative, I can say, among myself and my colleagues. But I just now feel like we're offsetting your loss of the 1.8 million. And then for the county, for my colleagues, if someone could answer for me, for our townships and communities that are receiving services for the Humane Society, how are we making sure that everyone is playing fair? So for instance, with Chair Hodges Township, Ipsy Township, are we going to Supervisor Dumbo and asking or requesting that they pay their fair share so that we are not just over, because my township is Superiors is doing their due diligence. So how are we making sure that everyone pays their cut? Because Ipsy Township is not, and we need to make, so that's another question. So that's my say.
I think Administrator Dill can jump in on this one. And I also point out, I think it's accurate that none of the townships and cities are paying the appropriate amount. My township is also, you know, guilty of this, but I think none of them are paying what they should pay.
So I'd stop short of that. The city of Ann Arbor pays a significant amount of the cost. But specific to your question about townships and municipalities paying their fair share, that's a part of the framework that we will bring back to you all. Those conversations will happen concurrently with the updated framework that we're putting together. So yes, the goal is to make sure that there is appropriate cost sharing as a component of what we bring back to you all.
Scott, you're up with all.
Okay, I appreciate that, Cherry. I wanted to first and foremost thank Commissioner Light for her comments, and hopefully I can respond accordingly to her questions if I recall them all. So in terms of the question regarding how does the county free up services and what does that mean? And in the context of this is if the county went to another service provider, or if they tried to do this on their own, again, just our models, and I think some of the things that the county will look into is that it's much higher cost. And, you know, we have fortune of been around for over 125 years. We've learned a lot. We're known as an expert in this field, and we actually even share best practices with others. So we know how to be the low cost provider. We also, again, go above and beyond even to support the county. So while the county is paying a certain amount of money for said services, those are even subsidized by our volunteers. And so those are not charged to the county. Those are services that volunteers do and provide that to that. So that's why we can keep our costs so low compared to, again, if you look at Ingham or Oakland or any of the other counties, we're able to keep low costs down and really pass those on to our taxpayers and sort of have that subsidy there. So again, by going through our organization, we feel that it's going to be the low cost provider. The county doesn't have to put resources towards that because you would have to have, again, veterinarians, but you also have to have someone that would oversee the entire animal control services, as let's say a director or something like that. So if you just start adding up just the people that you would need to support, that's around $3 million just on the people side. That doesn't include the utilities and other things for the buildings and so forth. So there's a lot just in going with a provider. And again, if it's not us, if whoever you choose, for someone that's going to be the low cost provider, which again allows you to take those funds and those resources in your organization and apply them to other human community services and so forth. So that was what that comment meant there. The other one in terms of just the loss and does the county make up for this? So no. So as was presented there and through negotiations, we are actually not at a break-even point. Even this year with that $1.3 million, the costs are in the $1.8 million. And so again, we have good faith and we put some ideas together, and that's in the letter of intent, which says, well, how can we make up that fund? And how do we make up that difference? So I think several commissioners have already mentioned that, hey, how do we go back and get each of the municipalities to pay, quote unquote, their fair share? And to that end, we have been providing each and every month a list of animals that come into us. And so the data is there for the county to review that and to be able to go back based on, hard facts and help support that if you so choose. There's also other areas in there as well that, again, through the letter of intent. And again, just I want to thank the staff, Andrew, Michelle, and others who have worked on this. We feel we put together a really good path forward of how we're going to communicate this summer to continue that intention to, again, be the low cost provider for the county and to provide the services.
Thank
I
you.
think I answered all those questions, but please let me know if there's additional things I can answer for you.
Yeah, and then I did have another question. Would it be possible if we could have like an itemized list of the cost of mandated services, the cost of non-mandated services? Because I think that's where Commissioner Robbie was going with the cost of services. And I know this might be a bit much, but would it be possible to send out, so say for instance, the animals coming from the different townships that you service, to send out the cost that they're obtained from their animals being brought in, if it could go out to those townships and to those communities, so that they can see the amount that the debt that they're incurring, and know, okay, well, this is what we're paying for. Maybe that could get them to pay for their services.
Yeah, and John, correct me if I'm wrong. Currently, we don't do it on a per animal basis. We do know which animals come into the county, but once they're there, we provide the same level of services, whether the animal control officer brought them in or a resident brought them in. We don't distinguish animals in terms of the level of care we provide to them. So John, I'll just pause there just to make sure that I'm correct.
That's accurate. Yep.
Okay. So yes, but with that, yes, during the summer, we and in the letter of intent, there are plans for us to provide additional understanding of what's mandated or non-mandated. And again, collectively, Andrew, Michelle, and John and I worked together on what were the items that the county had wanted. And so we put those things together. And again, that did include cats, as we have done in previous years. And so that's something that are in plans for this summer to continue to revisit and provide that information. And additionally, I just want to put that out there for any of the commissioners who would love to stop by our facility and see the work that we're done. I think sometimes you can see it on a piece of paper, and you come to the shelter and you can see the work that's being done, and really be able to have that knowledge so you can go back to your constituents as well in terms of what is being provided from a minimum services versus other things that again through volunteers and other things are still providing to residents. So you'll be able to distinguish those two things as well, and just would again welcome anyone to come to the Humane Society to get more information. In terms of our financials, they are on our website. If you go to our website, go down to the very bottom underneath the About Me section. It does contain all the information for multiple years, all of our financial information.
Thank you. And thank you, Andrew and Michelle, for all of your hard work. I appreciate you all.
Commissioner Scott, did I miss you?
On me right now.
Oh, well, did you already? Because Commissioner Machieski is in the queue.
Oh, I'm happy to follow.
No, he said,
Commissioner
go ahead.
Machieski.
He's gesturing at you. Go ahead.
Oh,
And
thank
your
you.
mic is on. Just do it. Go for it.
All right. Well, I will just tell you this is more of a comments section. But I think like I'm talk about, we had a cat person, we've had some dog people in high school. I was with all young people. I think I had those moments of like desperately lonely times, when you feel like when you're in high school, nobody loves you. You all felt that way, right? And wasn't just me, was it? No. But I always had this like big friend in our family dog. And I really mean big, because I grew up with Annie, who was a nearly 150-pound Newfoundland dog. And she always grounded me. And she loved me even when I was a sulky, surly teen, when I'm sure I was hard to love by everyone else. And she loved me until the moment I held her head as she died on the vet clinic floor. I think maybe it's because of my relationships with animals or my reading, like who didn't cry when reading about Hashiko, the dog who waited for his owner at the train station for over 9 years after his owner's death, or who wasn't moved by the voice of Black Beauty that Anna Sewell cleverly narrate his own story about cruelty and kindness. And maybe it's because of these reasons I know the importance of animals in people's lives. The ultimate issue is that I feel like humans and animals have lived together in community since we first came together to live as people. And because of that, there are challenges. As fabulous as they are, animals can be a source of zoonotic disease. Influenza in particular starts on chicken farms, avian flu, or pig farms, swine flu, and those viruses can mutate and spread to humans. West Nile virus is often found in a community first by noting birds dying. They're the first sign. It's an early warning signal, if you would. And you can even think about mink farms in this pandemic or past pandemic, however you want to think about it. Mink farms where mink were killed by the thousands, millions really, in some Nordic countries because of the fear that they would cause more mutations to COVID. It would cause a greater mutation, putting us at greater risk. The reasons why I'm noting all of those things is because the Humane Society of Huron Valley addresses all of those issues by operating under a One Health rubric. One Health is a collaborative, multi-sectoral, and transdisciplinary approach working at the local, regional, national, and global levels with the idea of achieving optimal health outcomes, recognizing the interconnection between people, animals, plants, and their shared environment. As an example of something that happened in One Health in Southwest Arizona, they had a problem with Rocky Mountain spotted fever. If you don't know what that is, it's a tick-borne disease that can cause things like damages your blood vessels, can cause hearing loss, paralysis, mental disability, all of these things. This was really rampant in this community in Southwest Arizona. People were breaking out with it. Public health, along with the animal shelters and humane societies in that area, worked to put collars on these dogs to help prevent ticks. They had free spay and neuter services, and the rates of Rocky Mountain spotted fever went down so much that within 4 months, 99% of the dogs there were tick-free. So what I'm saying is that there's this incredible overlap of human and animal welfare. while working towards my degree in public health, we talk about how to create plans for getting people, how to create communication and evacuation plans for people in the case of emergencies, particularly like in floods or hurricanes. And you were marked down on all of those assignments if you didn't come up with a way to talk about how you were including people's pets. Because people won't leave their pets. People would die in situations rather than leave their pets that are part of their family. So I guess what I'm saying is that it's not separate concerns. I don't think I can say that people and animals have a wall between them, that our human, animal, and environmental concerns are not separate. And I'm eager to vote yes on this. And if we want to have a conversation at the county about if we want to do these services, I think that's a fine conversation to have. I would remind you, several years ago, we had this conversation about roads, and we decided that the task was too big for us to take on in the county, and roads don't breathe and eat. And imagine the complication of roads combined with breathing and eating. So I'm looking forward to voting yes. Thank you for indulging my comments and letting me remember Annie, my big Newfoundland buddy. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Scott. It was very informative comments and very beautiful statement until you got to the zoonotic diseases portion of it. Commissioner Maciejewski.
Thank you, Chair. I would first like to state that I'm voting in support of this tonight. I've been satisfied that the work that administration has done with the Humane Society is, I think, gotten us to the point today where we're at a point where we have something we can do in 2023, but we are also at a point where we need to have a serious discussion at this table about what our policy is going to be. And I think maybe that the discussions that have been occurring over the last several years have been hampered by the fact that I don't think we've had that clear discussion about what our priority is, what our policy is in terms of what do we want to do beyond what is mandated to do. And I think until the 9 of us make that decision, we're not going to have a satisfactory agreement with the Humane Society. So I would challenge all of us in administration to have that discussion and get to that point for a long-term agreement on this issue. I will say that from my perspective, the county and the Humane Society are linked because of the situation that occurred 25 years ago in the building of their facility. And in essence, this is a partnership. And we need to work to strengthen that partnership for it to be effective. I also want to say a word about nonprofits. Nonprofits are businesses. The difference between a nonprofit and a for-profit company is that a nonprofit company is driven by their mission. The revenue that they realize over expenses is put into their mission, not into the pockets of shareholders. But yet they have to operate as a business. There's a saying in the nonprofit world, no margin, no mission. So I think a lot of people sometimes tend to look at nonprofits and assign them responsibility because they're a quote charity, but they have to pay their bills and they have to pay their staff just like any other business does. And I know, and look, and we've got the CFO and the treasurer on here tonight, right? They're the money guys for the Humane Society. So I think it's important to recognize that they have the status, but they are a business. They have to pay their bills and maintain that as well. And I know if I had a $1.8 million loss, I wouldn't have my job at my agency, but that's a tough spot to be in. I think that for me personally, we need to get to a point where we understand what's mandated, because I still don't think I'm clear on exactly what is mandated. Heard reference to state law tonight from over 100 years ago. For us to have that understanding and then have a discussion about what we want to do beyond that. And then what the municipalities want to do beyond that. And communicate to them effectively that if they want to do those things beyond what we think we need to do as a county in terms of what our policy is, they have to pay for it. And they have to be responsible for that. But I think at the end of the day, there is a path forward here. I think the Humane Society is a trusted partner of the county. They're effective in terms of what they do. And we need to, I think we need to get our stuff together here at this table and decide what our policy is to instruct administration to craft a long-term agreement with the Humane Society. So with that said, I will join and disclose that I have a dog and 2 cats. Both my cats are from the Humane Society. One of them lives with a physical disability, only has 3 legs. And so, you know, I don't fall on either side. I'm bipartisan when it comes to the household pet question. So I want to, Chair, thank you for the time and letting me indulge in that little bit of a comment. So thank you.
Thank you. I think we're on to round 2 and Commissioner Robbie had another comment.
Yeah, another several things I wanted to say, actually, based on the conversation we've been having. First of all, I wanted to make sure to follow up on a comment that Commissioner Sanders made, actually a question that she asked that never got an answer. Commissioner Sanders asked what your fund balance was, and you indicated that you didn't know what a fund balance was, but it is a IRS term. And so I'm wondering if you can actually tell us what your fund balance is, because you never answered that question.
Yep. I'll have to look that up. I imagine it's on our balance sheet, but just under a different wording.
It's line 22 under part 1. I actually did look it up. It's for 2019, you guys had $12 million, but I did look up your most recent and it is $19 million. That's your net.
Okay. So it's like an equity, net equity then, equivalent to that.
So that I just wanted to make sure that that question got answered because it was asked.
I appreciate that.
I want to respond as well to the question about, you know, the Humane Society versus other providers. And I want to dispel the notion that the Humane Society is the only provider. I also want to dispel the notion that the Humane Society is the cheapest provider. In fact, when I was on the board, we explored other options and were given quotes from other providers that were far lower than what the Humane Society was quoting us. Those providers are still in existence. And furthermore, the dollar amounts that were quoted from other counties were a bit misleading. I believe, Mr. Scott, you said that $5 million was the cost of providing service in Oakland County. And I would like to remind my colleagues that Oakland County is a far larger county than ours, and that $5 million does not take into account the net revenues that the Animal Control Department takes. I did, while this discussion was unfolding, take the opportunity to look that up. And they do have some significant revenue that comes into their Animal Control Department. I did also calculate on a per capita basis what the cost of providing animal control service in Oakland County versus Washtenaw County is, and it is cheaper in Oakland County than it is in Washtenaw County under the proposed contract. So I just wanted to make sure that we all were on the same page in terms of those numbers. Lastly, I'd like to fully understand from a numbers perspective what you mean, Scott, when you're saying that 30% of your cost is on mandated, well, you said 30% of your cost is on county services under your county service contract, but only 10% of your revenue. I want to clarify, is that 30% just mandated services, or is that 30% including the non-mandated services that you're under this contract proposed to provide?
Yeah, so in regards to the 30% is the expenses that we are incurring by animals coming in from the county for the services that we're currently providing.
So that includes non-mandated services.
It includes the services that are in the contract that the county, that we have an agreement with. So
it does include non-mandated services. Thank you. The last quick thing that I want to respond to, I might be going on a little bit of a limb here, but I did find a really cool write-up from Alley Cat Allies, and it's a research paper about feral cats. It says, I'm just going to read segments of it, and there is quoted research in this article. Public health policies all over the country reflect the scientific evidence. Feral cats live healthy lives outdoors and don't spread disease to people. Quote, there's simply no evidence to back up these claims, says Deborah Ackerman, MS, PhD, and adjunct associate professor of epidemiology at UCLA School of Public Health. The article goes on to say, most diseases that infect cats can only be spread from cat to cat and not from cat to human. You are much more likely to catch an infectious disease from a person standing in line with you at the grocery store than from a cat. In fact, in 2002, review of cat-associated diseases published in the Archive of International Medicine concluded that, quote, "cat should not be thought of as a vector of disease transmission." And that is linked to a scientific article in the Archives of Internal Medicine that is linked on that article as well. So wanted to conclude my comments just by saying once again that, we have a choice to make here. And the choice to me is clear, that we are choosing to make sure that animals are housed when we could use these monetary resources to make sure that humans are housed. And when we think about the public health consequences of homelessness and the, potential for, people that have inadequate food, inadequate, running water to wash their hands or to shower, inadequate heat. The public health consequences to me of having, homeless humans in our community far outweighs the public health consequences of having feral cats in our community. And in fact, I would note that there are several communities all across our planet that have very healthy feral cat populations. And so when given the choice between housing humans and housing cats, I am going to choose housing humans, despite my being, again, a very adamant cat person. I'll conclude my remarks. Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's all I have to say.
Excellent. Does anybody else have a comment for round two, or are we about ready to vote? Commissioner Beeman is ready to vote. All right, so as we wrap up here, I would say that's very clear from the conversation that, and Commissioner Machieski made this very clear too, we need to have a conversation around what are the services that we're looking to provide longer term. I think there has been, it's unfortunate that it's taken us to get to this point on a final reading of this for us to come to an understanding with the Humane Society about what are the mandated services, what do we refer to as mandated services? Maybe they know, maybe they didn't, but from this conversation, we need to have further discussion around that when we start looking at the contract for next year. And I understand from some of the conversations we've had with staff where we were offered a package of services, and if we did not accept the package, we would not have a deal here. And because of that, we have to be in a space where we're willing to pay for more than what just the mandated services are. And I don't necessarily think that's a terrible thing or that it has to be something that we're shy about talking about. I think it's really clear that our community values these kinds of services. I think it would just be easier for us to have the conversation around if the contract costs this much, and we're only paying this much for mandated services, we are willingly acknowledging we're paying the rest, and those things are not mandated. I expect that that'll come up, and I'm going to be voting yes, and I think counting the votes around the room is going to pass, but then we're going to have this conversation next year as we look at a longer term contract. I think with that, one other thing I'll say about it is I think it puts us all in a precarious position to try to say it's either this or that, like that we can't pay for these services that are clearly valued by our community, and we can't fund housing and human services. If people remember, at our last meeting, we allocated $3 million to housing and human services. After we finish talking about this and vote, I expect that we're going to have a conversation about the $2.8 million allocation to housing and human services that's on the agenda tonight. We don't have infinite money, but I do think that if we're talking about over the span of 2 meetings, we will have voted to allocate $5.8 million to housing and human services. I think we can do that and figure out a way to, one, meet our state mandate, and figure out how do we engage our local government partners in a way where we get them to pay their fair share. And with that, roll call vote.
Commissioner Machieski,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie, Commissioner Sanders, Commissioner Scott, Commissioner Somerville,
Yes.
Commissioner Beeman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge.
Yes.
Commissioner Labar. And Commissioner Light.
Nope.
Item passed. All right, moving on. Thank you, Scott and Jonathan, for taking some time tonight. I expect that we will be seeing more of each other in the months to come.
Thank you so much, Chair and Commissioners. Really appreciate all your time. Look forward to working with you.
Yeah, thank you both to the chair, the commissioners, and the staff.
All right. And now that we've come to the end of this, I want to thank Michelle and Andrew for the incredible amount of time and effort put into this. If commissioners that were here with us last year will know this was something that we were talking about last year, and now we moved into this year and we've gotten to the finish line. It is late April and we already got to start thinking about next year. So thank you for the work that you put into that and the work that you're going to have to do to get us to the finish line again very soon. All right, so all the remaining items have already been moved and seconded. I don't think anybody else want to put any other ones for separate consideration unless you'd like to do that now. Do you have any discussion questions about anything else that's on the agenda? No. Yes, we do. Commissioner Robbie, go ahead.
I was hoping we could get a little bit more of an explanation on the single reading item A. I plan to vote for it, but I'm trying to understand what this is about.
Single reading item A, that $2.8 million allocation to Housing and Human Services.
You want to kick it?
Yes, I'd be happy to. Good evening again, commissioners. Andrew, interim deputy county administrator. Happy to share the background on this item. So as we were preparing the eviction item, which you all voted to approve through single reading last week, as you're aware, that had used funding that had been allocated through the 2022 budget process, which used ARPA funds to fund certain facilities and IT operations. That budget amendment has passed. What had happened and what we came to learn in preparing the item last week, though, that item used those funds for the purposes that you approved. There had been contracts, however, entered in the interim, which were done to implement the Human Services Transition Partnership, which was presented to the board last year. That was the subject of the October 19th working session meeting. There was extensive discussion about it, and there was a draft item that had been prepared and shared with you, well, with your predecessor board, as well as the public in terms of the intent of that. To summarize the purpose at that time, as there is now, there was extensive discussion in terms of how to address the needs of the public with regards to housing and human services, as well as the transition from the coordinated funding model to the new Human Services Partnership model. So again, those contracts were entered into and were executed, but the board did not approve those at that time. What this action would do, it would ratify the contracts which were executed and then would also allocate the funding for those. The funding was discussed in Catherine's presentation earlier this evening as one of the tentative items. It is a significant dollar amount. It would be $2.8 million over this year and next year. Both the amounts and the contract agencies and the terms were as were proposed in that item. And I think we've had several discussions with many of you in terms of your recollection, for those of you who were here last year, of the budget process and what had come out of that amendment. We have done the due diligence in terms of the amendment that the board approved. The funding was allocated. However, there was not any execution or any approval of the expenditure side of those items. And so that's what this item is looking to do, is to approve the expenditure side of the proposal that was brought to the board last year.
Excellent. Thank you for that. Commissioner Robbie, you got a follow up to that?
Just wondering how this interplays with what we voted on last meeting.
Yes, so they do interplay, but they fund different agencies and for different amounts, and they use different funding sources. So I would say that they are similar in terms of the types of agencies and services that they fund, but there's not duplication between the two items. And I'm expecting a follow up here, but there is intended to be no duplication between the item last week and the item before you this week, either in terms of the specific entities who are funded or the funding sources used.
Okay, I maybe just misremembered that one of these was on last time, but if you're saying there's no duplication, then we're good.
Okay.
Yeah, do it.
Commissioner, that's the question that you raised to me in our conversation last week, and we went back and confirmed there is absolutely no duplication.
Thank you.
That's all you got?
One of the others.
No, let's wrap this one up. Okay. You want to say something? Go ahead.
Just one final piece to all of this, and I don't want to oversimplify this. The bottom line is that I think as an administrative team, we understand what the intent was behind the board's action last year, but the board did not take the action to give me the authority to enter into those contracts. So, what we're attempting to do is clean up all of that with this action.
Excellent. All right. Well, I think this should continue to demonstrate our commitment to housing and human services. I don't think there's too many things we can look at in basically a 1 month period where we've allocated $5.8 million to it. So that's what we've done here. Now we have questions related to other items. Commissioner Robbie.
As nobody's asking you about the riveting equalization report that we have in front of us.
Well, that's going to come up. There's going to be a presentation. Just cool your jets. It's going to happen. All right.
As always, the will of the board is at play.
It could appear under the report of the county administrator. How about we do that? We'll take a few minutes.
It can
for
absolutely appear. Under
We'll take maybe 10 minutes at most for it. And then that's good. And then we could have like maybe a working session at a later date with greater information. I've talked to Ramon. I'm going to come sit down with him for a few hours and really dig into it one-on-one. But we'll take like a good up to 10 minutes when we get to report from the county administrator. Excellent. Do we have any other comments or questions about any of the other items on the agenda? No, we're not. I'm surprised that no one's asked anything about the change in calendar. To just take a moment to address that. This is a proposed date for us to have that retreat. The request is that we look at coming in at 3 p.m. on May 17th. That would be the second May meeting. We discussed at our previous meeting that once we get beyond May, what are we really doing? I mean, at that point, we're in the summer schedule. It just doesn't make as much sense, in my view, to have a conversation about board priorities halfway into the year. I don't like it. So if we do it by the end of May, that would be the date and time. Now, I'm sure there are questions. Commissioner Scott. To the end. So we would do that would be the plan, right? Like that's yep. So we would do a longer version of a working session starting at 3 p.m. until the 7 p.m. board meeting. The hope would be that the items on the board meeting would be shorter and we would not be here until midnight or 11 o'clock as this meeting appears to be going to. The original suggestion was 4 p.m., but Commissioner Somerville, I think, wanted the 3 p.m. Am I remembering that correctly? I think the original recommendation was that we would start at 4 p.m. and then I think you wanted to do the 3 p.m. Okay, she does not recall. So open a conversation here. People think 3 p.m. makes well, no matter what, the regular meeting would have to start at 7 o'clock. Yeah. Okay, so that Administrator Dill, sorry.
So Commissioner Somerville, that was the plan to begin the meeting at 3 and move through the working session component and then take a break, maybe have dinner and start the meeting at 7.
It'll be a
I
good
just
time.
don't want us to be like rushed. I want us to actually be able to have thoughtful like conversations and.
Yeah. I wasn't saying anything wrong with the 3 p.m. I'm down for it.
Okay.
I was just saying, I didn't want Commissioner Scott to think that was necessarily my idea. I agree with the idea, but okay. So thoughts? Do people have other questions about this? Can we do a 3 p.m. on that day? Yep. I'm seeing thumbs up. Does anybody feel bad about that? No. No further discussion on this. Do we have any other comments about any other agenda items? All right, we're going to keep it moving. Now we are in for a roll call vote. Really looking forward to getting through this so we can get to that mask mandate. Hopefully people still have energy to discuss that. All right, roll call vote. Let's do it.
Commissioner Robbie. Commissioner Sanders.
Yes.
Commissioner Scott. Commissioner Somerville.
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman.
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge.
Yes.
Commissioner Labar. Commissioner Light.
Yes.
Commissioner Machieski.
Yes.
Excellent. All right, commissioners, mark your calendars. I'm sure calendar invites will be coming out. We will see each other at 3 p.m. on May 17th, and we will be in for a productive and fun time. We're going to move on to report from the county administrator. We got 2 items here. We're going to talk about the programming for eviction prevention and then the equalization report very briefly.
Yeah. So thank you, Chair. I guess I'll call up our Equalization Director, Ramon Patel, to walk us through. While he's coming up, I do have 2 items, just informational items for this body the RFP support for organizations providing services to older adults and the LGBTQ RFP. Both of those RFPs will be released this week. Sunday is the day that they go on the system. So I guess that starts next week. My apologies. But both of those items are there. My apology for the tardiness. That was a first quarter deliverable. But I do want to say that both of those things will be out on our system later this week.
Excellent. Thank you for that. I know it's a little bit past the first quarter, but there was significant time put into addressing the housing and homelessness crisis, which I know has taken up a significant amount of time of admin's time. I know because I've been sitting in here with you guys for large portions of that, not as much as you guys, but for portions of it.
And as I introduced Director Patel, I will say that there have been a number of conversations on the document that you'll receive this evening. The news is great. He provided a detailed presentation for my team this afternoon. And with that, I'll let you take it away, Ramon.
All right, we're going to try to keep it to about 10 minutes. Otherwise, they're going to start getting frustrated with me. Yeah. All right, so it sounds like for our viewers at home, you've been unable to hear the presentation thus far, but in summary, it's been good news. Continue.
Continue?
Yes.
Okay. So next slide, you see that our average sales price on a residential property now 433,000 in Washtenaw County. You can see the increase in 1 year from 416 to 433. That's the average residential price. Now, this ends the equalization, what the Board of Commissioners is required to approve the equalization. You are not required to approve any taxable value or anything else except the county equalized value, which is based on a 50% of the market value. So far that presentation was for me. That is only thing you have to approve tonight. Now, I do have additional information, which is a taxable value, which we levy on a taxable value. Now, this taxable value is due not until the June 15 and after that, because state has not equalized the counties yet. So these are all tentative county equalized value, okay? So when we computed the taxable value, I have to inform you that this is the year, since I've been here in last 52 years, this is the year we have the highest taxable value. And that much increase. We increased taxable value by 6.88%. We never had that higher taxable value. Why? Because the inflation rate. We used the 5% inflation rate. All the inflation rate was more than 7%. Because Constitution requires that you cannot go more than 5%. That's why we have 5%. Remember that we had in our county -3% too before. So this inflation rate can go up to the 5, or it can go below 0. And there is no restriction on a below 0. And when you have that kind of situation, then there is no revenue coming in. So right now we have a 6.88%. And the next slide is a board of review. You can see how many tax were appealed. 625 tax were appealed at the board of review. 483 were granted. We lowered the 98 million and county equalized value. We lowered the taxable value by 75 million. Also, we have a 341 tax were appear for the poverty exemption. And board of review granted about 337 taxpayer for the exemption. Also, we have a disability veterans exemption. 313 taxpayer appeared before the board of review, and they lowered the $54 million in a taxable value. The next slide is, you see this slide, our also responsibility that we are not the only one levy the property tax. We have all our schools. We have 19 schools, all intermediate school district, all community colleges. We have about the 78 taxing unit. They levy the property tax, and they all depend on what you do an equalization. Remember that, because they like to see, tonight everybody's watching. They all like to know their portion of the equalized value and their portion of the taxable value, so they can start preparing their budget, just like we are looking for the budget. Also, you see on the left-hand side is all county equalized value by unit of governments, and the right-hand side is all taxable value. So you can see who is getting increased what. There are percentage on both sides, but they cannot levy on the left-hand side equalized value. They have to levy on a taxable side. Okay?
That sounds great. So with the time that remains, I think commissioners might have questions. I could feel people getting a little antsy over here. So if you could give us a little bit of time to ask questions and then give us any of the high points.
Yeah, that's all I'm doing.
Oh, you sound good. Okay, anybody have any questions?
Or you want me to go through a few more slides and then I can take all the questions?
How many more is a few more?
Just few more slides, that's it.
Yeah, go through a few more. I think you have 14 more slides though.
All right, I'll take the question. What
No,
is
you
your
can do a few
desire?
more slides, but I don't want you to do the 14 because I'm starting to lose them.
Okay, I'll take the question.
Commissioner Scott has a comment. I do too. Yeah, okay. Commissioner Robbie had a question.
But my question, I already told him what I was gonna ask before. So he already is approved to not answer my question. But I'm gonna.
I'll answer it later on.
You can answer it later on, but I'm gonna say it anyways out loud. And the finance folks maybe can help me with this too, but this gets to our conversation earlier that we were having about the brownfield redevelopment project. And in the past, I have very much appreciated that in your slide show you have presented, in addition to all the other numbers, basically the costs that the county was incurring in tax capture across the county. Again, I'm not asking you to respond, Ramon, but I'm saying in the past, you did include it in your slideshow, and it was very helpful for me to see that in there. And so perhaps this is no longer the appropriate venue to have that information shown, but in some way, I think the board needs to be shown what the cost of tax capture and is to the county taxpayers. And so whether that's shown in the budget or whether that's shown in the equalization report, I am ambivalent, but I just want to see it somewhere and see it presented to the board. So that's, I guess, more for Greg than for you, Ramon.
Yeah.
But thank you.
Commissioner, every year I try to help our finance department, and we collect the information and we give it to them. Today, I don't have any information for this year because they have not completed yet. But for the past year, they are the one who applies the millage rate. And I'm sure that our finance can brief you on that one, how much loss we are occurring every year. That will satisfy you?
Yep, thank you. Appreciate, we can talk about it later.
We'll provide the information.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure we talk about it.
You want to go ahead?
You can do a few more. Go ahead.
Okay. So I'm on a slide number 12. You can see that all the cities and township. Slide number 13 is all our schools. You can see all our school that how much they are getting on a SCV and a taxable. Also, you see that we have a 3 community college within a Washtenaw County. So you can see that. Plus, we have a 5 intermediate school district overlapping the Washtenaw County. Also, next slide you see on a 14 is the villages, authorities, libraries. And then next slide is here the CFT and IFT, which is a commercial facility tax and industrial facility tax. That is not the ad valorem tax, but this is the special tax which we have on the back of the assessment, which county collects on it, okay? The next slide is the DNR property. All the DNR property, we collect the property tax on the DNR property, which is 11 million. Next one is Oprah property. We have about 10 Oprah property in Ypsilanti City and other places. We collect the tax on that one. Then next slide is the CPI definition. You can read that. And after that, slide number 19 is the consumer price index, how we calculate the consumer price index. You can see that this year inflation rate was 7.79%, but we use only 5% to calculate the taxable value because that's the way the Constitution requires. The next slide is that how we calculate those things. And the last slide is the history for 1959 to 2023. And if you look at the slide number 24, which is that is the total levy in our slide number 24. We have now our levy is 1.17 billion. That was the last year. 1.17 billion property tax we have to manage it in this county now. And that's shared by all the school and everybody. And school gets about 54% of total property tax. So you see how important it is, this function. 54% goes to school. Look at the local unit of government collects about 22%. And Washtenaw County, we collect about 14%. Okay, same thing with the community colleges and libraries. And you can see the grand total. So last year, not this year, but last year, in 1 year, our property tax has increased by $61 million in 1 year. Last equalization. Now this equalization, I'll come back in September and October on an apportionment report, then you will know that figure. And I know that we already got 7.788%. So if you include that 61, you're going to have more than $70 million new revenue coming in again in the Washtenaw County. All right, so next chart is very important chart that we all should know about it. This is the way entire assessment administration work. Nobody else is involved except this 6 group of people. The left-hand side is all the assessor, which is the certified. All the people are certified. And the right-hand side, you see that board of review members are appointed by the local unit of government, and board of commissioners are all elected. And a state tax commissioner, there are 3 commissioners, which is appointed by the governor. So all the work being done by the assessor, equalization department, and property tax division, but it has to be approved by this board of review, board of commissioners, and state tax commission. And nothing can be levied in the state of Michigan unless until everything approved by the state tax commission, which we call the state equalized value. Right now, we call it the county equalized value. Okay. Now, this is the last slide. You probably all gonna like it. This is the 2023 tentative general fund levy. Now, I want you to remember why I put down the tentative, because state has not equalized yet. That's why I have to put the tentative, because number can change, but I do not expect that any number is going to change. So total levy, which we're going to have a 21,721,000,000. And if you apply the general fund, there's another good news which I can give you. We have to calculate the Hadley fraction after we do this thing, and it is not due until the middle of the June, but I already calculated that. And I have to calculate the Hadley fraction for every governmental unit with all the school and everybody else, almost 78 units of government. And I have to announce tonight that none of the unit have a reduction fraction. In other words, you all can levy your last year millage rate, what you have done last year. I will not give any reduction fraction, which is a good news, in my opinion, because we've been reducing quite a bit our millages. Because we started with a 5.50. And look at today, we have a 4.35. Since Hadley started. And now if you wanted to go back to the 5.50, you have to have a voter's approval before you can do anything about it. Even when we give the reduction fraction, and if you wanted to go back to the original millage, still you have to go to the voters. We cannot do that anymore because they have taken away all the rights on a proposal A in 1994. So right now, this year, I'm not having any reduction fraction in this county, including the schools, community college, and everybody else. So you can, if you decide to levy the same millage what you levied last year, you can go ahead. That's your maximum allowable millage rate. And I have calculated this thing based on maximum allowable millage rate. So this year, you can see that in the general fund, from 88 million last year, now we are getting 94 million. Right? Also, you can see all the extra voted you have. You are getting 38 million. And also, you can look at the total, 148. So total increase this year, $9.5 million on a county. Plus, I'm not through yet. You see the comment on the bottom that I have to report the personal property losses. All right. And personal property losses, I have to report to the state, and we may get approximately 1 million plus and minus on a refund on a personal property, which these folks already probably have report to you on a thing. So you're talking 9.5 million plus $1 million. So you're talking a 10.5 million. This is the largest increase I see in my 52 years career on the revenue wise. Now, I'll be glad to entertain any question.
Fantastic. I've been informed that the system is froze, so we cannot change the screen from this, but I mean, it's good news, so we'll keep it up. Are the people on Zoom, like, are we still recording effectively?
Pardon me? Okay.
It says live, but it might just be, well, the red dot is. We'll work through this. Administrator, what you got?
Yeah,
for us?
I just a note of caution. The news is excellent. But I want to make sure that you all understand that there are some tax captures that have to be subtracted from the total. While we don't need to go through them tonight, but there are TIFs and DDAs that come off of the top of our general fund capture. So we'll work through that piece and get you back the final number in the coming weeks.
Now, can I make a couple of comments on the DDA, if I may have permission? DDA, we do collect the information and we pass it on to the TINA. And can you brief them how much we lost per year? That's the question. You want to do another meeting?
Yeah, we can handle that at a later meeting. I've been informed the webcast is still working, so we are live still.
Okay.
Thank you. You got a question?
I do just have a quick comment, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say, Ramon, you are amazing.
Yeah.
And 52 years with the county, I mean, oh my God, yeah, we should give him a round of applause.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
I mean, you are a legend, and I love the slides. I love the maize and blue. I love the format. It truly a treat every time I hear a presentation of
Well,
yours. So
Commissioner, I always enjoy because so far I have worked with the 95 commissioner in my life here, 52 years with the 8 administrator. And still I'm here and still I enjoy property taxation for the entire,
Yeah.
you know.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm in a district too.
Well, thank you for this presentation, and we thank you for your years of service here, and we look
Thank
forward
you,
to
Commissioner.
many more years of service with us.
Thank you.
Thank you, and we will see you soon. I appreciate you hanging in here with us till about 10:45. I know you weren't necessarily planning to present, but I'm glad you were here to be able to do it, and I thank you.
Thank you. Anytime if you have any question and any of the commissioner wanted to visit the equalization, please do so. I'll sit down with you and go over with a slideshow for any other slideshow if you wanted to know about anything about the equalization. Yes, all the new commissioner, you all are welcome. Come in but make sure that you don't come in for half an hour. You have to sit down for at least 2 to 3 hours with me before you can go through everything.
I'm gonna come.
I'm letting you know ahead of it.
We're gonna make a day of it. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we're gonna move it along. I believe there's another item under the county administrator's report.
Yeah, so commissioners, that additional item is compromised because our system is down. One option might be to provide you with that information via email and then set up a time to respond to any questions that you may have. It is our rollout, the recommendations that we have for eviction prevention, the $700,000 that you authorized. I don't think there'll be any major issues with what we are recommending, but we will get that to you via email and then respond to any questions that you might have.
Compromise is a strong word. I didn't realize we were compromised.
Yeah. I would just in closing, I just say to Ramon, I'm thankful for all the things that you do for our organization. I will say as you exit, you did not share with the County Board of Commissioners your statement about me being the best administrator.
He is nodding in agreement. Excellent. Okay. So I'm hearing that we do not have video online. We only have audio. Yes. But we could continue and we will continue. Audio is fine. We are in OMA compliance. I know it's a legal thing and a deep philosophical thing for many of us here. So I'm going to move on to report from the chair of the board. I'm going to be really brief with this. I've been spending a lot of time doing interviews for various positions, including road commission. But OCD director took the longest time of the interviews. We started the interviews for director of operations, and we're going to keep it moving into items for current and future discussion. We're back to amendment to the mask requirement policy. If you remember, this is an item that's come up many meetings ago, and since the first time it was introduced, we had some conversations with our health officer, made adjustments to it so that it was consistent with CDC guidelines. And we are asking, well, now we're looking at it's back here for a vote or any discussion on it. Oh, anybody want to move it? Is there a second? Okay, any discussion? Nope. No discussion. Okay, this is gonna be a roll call vote. Nope, roll call vote.
Okay, Commissioner Sanders.
Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
Commissioner Somerville,
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge.
Yes.
Commissioner Labar. Commissioner Light,
Yes.
Commissioner Machieski,
Yes.
and Commissioner Robbie.
Motion passed. Boom, we finally did it. Okay, so now we have a different rules for masking in the boardroom. People are taking their mask off, but there was no video, so that doesn't really,
Darn it.
yeah, there's no video. Okay. Masks are still allowed in the boardroom. Let me specify that. I think there had been some concern. I don't know if there was concern about that. Masks are still allowed. You could choose to mask. If we get into high community levels, masks would be required. That's not where we're at, though. We're gonna move along. I don't think we have anything else. Oh, all right. We're getting out of here at 10:48 p.m. Enjoy your night, everybody. All right.